Paired up and ready in the staging lanes, trying to get a feel for how many cars are still on property and what we're going to be looking like. So let's get our round number 3 cars. We're looking for dragsters even. Dragsters even. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Even numbered dragsters. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes. We should have our double entered dragsters already up at the front. Let's get our dragsters even into the staging lanes, please. We've got all of our Super Pro door cars there. Dragsters, we got room for you. Let's get you headed this way, please. All right, let's get our odd-numbered dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Let's get our odd-numbered dragsters to the staging lanes, please. We should have all dragsters. For round number 3, you have now been called into the staging lanes. All dragsters for round number 3, you have now been called into the staging lanes. Racers, race fans, for those of you that are still on property and those of you that are already watching online on the JegsandHoosier.com live feed, we are about to resume round number 3 of the FTI Performance.com $30,000 to win Friday. So we had what was originally going to be our Saturday race moved to Friday, our Friday race moved to Saturday, and now our Friday race is going to finish on Sunday. So we've had a little jostling to do here, but we have got $30,000 to hand out, and we will be getting after it very soon. Racers, we would ask that at this time you please rise and remove your caps. We are starting a brand new race day, and we need to start that race day off the right way. So here to provide our invocation is Miss T from Racers for Christ.
I want to thank everybody for coming out. We have really appreciated all of your support, all of your camaraderie for this weekend. We thank you and we give you blessings today. Heavenly Father, let us pray. thank you for getting us all here today. Let us finish this race in a timely manner, Lord. Guide these drivers' hearts, hands, and souls. Bring them closer to your light, Lord. We want to thank everyone for this glorious day that we have today. Lord, we ask you to look after everyone in the United States and the countries around us. Keep our military and first responders safe, past, present, and future. In our Heavenly Father's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Miss T. As we get ready to go for it today, it's not too often, occasionally it happens, but it's not too often that we get to spend as much time together, including a bonus day that we get today. So as we go through our bonus day, let's go ahead and enjoy the fact that we are here in this great country as we listen to our national anthem. If you've not done so yet, please rise and remove your caps for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night, for the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Very nice. Again, it is bonus day here at the Fling. We've called dragsters odd. We've called dragsters even. And we've even called double dragsters. I don't know, let's get our double-ender dragsters. They should be there, but I know several folks had to go home and call it a day. Some of those folks who had to go home, I guess call it a week, we should call it. They had to go home and have already made their way down the road, but I know many of you who wanted to be here are watching online on a Sunday morning. It is an FTIperformance.com $30,000 day. We are into round number 3. And unfortunately, one of those racers that had to go home was Beakley. Justin Beakley could not stick around. Jeff Verdi was already paired up with him when we had to, shall we say, go on recess because of the weather. So Jeff Verdi, having already been paired with Beakley, is going to start things off with a competition solo as he is dialed in at 622 in a now borrowed race car. Had some issues with the Firebird last night as far as some oil pressure was concerned. Wasn't able to quite get that figured out, so we went and borrowed Gary Humphrey's car. And we'll go down to go 623 on a 622. That right there just kind of shows the skill level that we are dealing with. A rock car that he'd never been in, hadn't run, didn't do nothing. Goes 12 green and then 1 above. Like, it's an average Sunday morning in Jeff Verdi land. As now Troy Grant and Rod Taylor. Taylor coming in out of K-Town, Montana. It's K-Town. It's Kalispell. And Troy Grant. 632 the dial for Grant. 531 the dial for Rod Taylor. They are both 004. That's really how we're going to start the day off? Be like, it's early in the morning. Nobody's been down the track since, I don't know, forever ago last night. We're both going to go 004, and then Rod Taylor will be dead on 8. because that's where we're going to start today. Troy Grant was 004, and then one above, 633 on a 632. To be behind 9 thou at the stripe is Shannon Walker and Darren Taylor will be our next two competitors. Darren in the Firebird out of Rigby, Idaho. 530 or 547 going to be the dial. Shannon out of Dallas with a 528 dial. And we're going to get through the remainder of our door cars very quickly. Like super quick. Whatever happened to that category? Yeah. $19.08. 17 to a 21. Shannon is 17 green and goes 533 on a 528. Darren Taylor ends up with a 588 on a 547. He was 21 on the tree and got out of the throttle early. So Shannon Walker going to end up with a win light here in round number 3 is Stephanie Kuman and Mike Hall. Stephanie Cummett, Mike Hall. Let's just say they were not both 004. We had a pair earlier that were both 004. They were not. Stephanie had 0.2 of a second advantage in reaction time, gets down to the stripe, takes 0.2 of a second, and breaks out to go 663 on a 665. Mike Hall is dead on 9, and Mike will return. You know, every once in a while, there's one thing to say that I've won the round. There's another thing to say that I survived the round. That one was a survival tactic, and he survived the round. What's happening to the chat bleachers? It's early on a Sunday morning, at least for us here in Vegas. Early-ish. I've already got, even folks that after the big main event is over, tuning in. We've got about 450 folks watching as we resume round number 3. Good morning to everybody in the chat bleachers. Morning, Bass. Morning, all of you. And we've got Gary, Williams, Sam, Northrop. Northrop goes 671 on a 670 after being 13 green. Gary Williams was 008 and one above. Take 4.5 thou at the stripe to get the win light. So that'll swap from Super Pro door car to Super Pro dragster. So as we switch into our dragsters, Ronnie Court has been kind of here basically every time he wasn't in a car, he would come up and be like, what do you guys need? What can I help with? What can I do for you?
You've had a long week, so I want to make sure that, you're taken care of.
Long but fun. Hopefully yours has been fun as well.
You know what? My first fling was tremendous.
Awesome.
I love it here. It's a fun it's a fun event. It's a fun experience. I challenge anybody who's never been here. You got to come down here.
It's fun.
You got to try it.
It's a good time.
It's pretty cool.
So we're going to turn things over to Ronnie here for a minute or so. I'm going to go take care of another couple of little pieces of business and administrative duties that need to be done, and Ronnie's going to take you through some dragsters for a bit.
Very good. As we get going with dragsters, thank you all for joining us in the chat bleachers. Very cool to go racing on a Sunday morning. It's Joe Peters and Steve White. Come to the starting line. Joe Peters, Texas. Steve White, California. As again, we resume the FTI 30K, which originally on Thursday, then moved to Friday, now pushed again to Sunday due to the weather as Steve White unfortunately lights the red lamp red. 004 red Joe Peters, 11 thou above, and 35 on the tree. So some drivers bring it, some drivers bringing it a little too much to start us off here in this Super Pro Dragster. That's Talon Farmer and Nicholas Contreras come to the starting line. Make sure to hit that like button. And again, subscribe. You know, there's more racing coming from the Fling race series coming up in just a couple weeks. Make sure to stay tuned and stay connected. And, of course, they got all kinds of content. Matt and the team, Austin and all them, they got great stuff that they'll be pushing out. And I strongly encourage you, go check out that Fling race series on YouTube. Subscribe, like, and let's bump them up and get it going on a Sunday morning. Contreras, right lane, 462. Farmer, 478. Taking their sweet time. Farmer is red by a whole bunch. He left yesterday. Contreras will get the round win. 57 on a 62, well under 29 on the tree as Farmer, maybe something wrong in the box or something. That was way red, 140. So that was Nick Contreras. Here's Daryl Contreras, and how'd the Colorado boys get matched up together? This doesn't make sense. Jagger Anderson and Daryl Contreras. Contreras, right lane. Pueblo, Colorado Land Shark, 481 the dial. Jagger Anderson, left lane, Brighton, Colorado. They traveled 1,000 miles to get here, and they got to race each other in this round number 3. The ATI Performance Products 30K Friday, ... continued. Jagger, 445. Reaction time advantage is 18, and it will play to a win for Jagger Anderson. 19 on the tree, 24 thou above as Contreras breaks out 3 thou, taking 9. Had to take 6 or less or kick away 3. That's one more womp in that little land shark, and no dice. Jagger Anderson moving on to the next round of competition. Johnny Carter, New Mexico, and that is Alexis Thompson. I thought it was Alexis Thompson. Henderson, Nevada, 461 the dial in, right lane. Beautiful machine. If you ever get a chance to see this car up close. Up over 100 likes, 500 plus watching on the stream here on a ATI Performance Products pushed Friday/Sunday. The day's different, the money is still the same. As Johnny Carter and Alexis Thompson stage them up. Who'd like to go in first? Johnny says, Alexis, go for it. Ladies first. Alexis says, no, you go for it, Johnny. Oh, my. Alexis Thompson is 1. Oh, no. Oh, jeez. Alexis is 001, taking 2 tenths. Breaking out 59 with a 7 on the 61, breaking out 13 thou, and Johnny Carter with a 170 light is going to win the round. That's tough. Johnny Ezel, JBR, 452 the dial in, left lane. Aaron Johnson, Springdale, Arkansas runner, 491 the dial, right lane. Aaron will leave first. Ezel will go give chase. Big thank you again to our friends at Jags and Hoosier, helping out with the stream. Mosier Engineering Spring Fling, presented by Optima Battery. Congratulations, Luke Bogacki, now 2-time champ. That's pretty incredible. Unbelievable final. Guys taking their time early this morning to stage her up. Reaction time advantage favors Ezel by 4 thou. Win light will go to Aaron Johnson. Dead 6, taking 3 thou at the stripe for 30 total. 30 beats 33 as Ezel bows out of competition in this ATI Performance Products Round 3. From 1 Johnson, that was Aaron Johnson who got the win in the right lane, to Kevin Johnson out of Draper, Utah. He's occupying that right lane, 450 the dial in. Roger Wayne Thornton, 473 out of Virginia. That's a long haul, man. 2,400 miles? Ooh-wee. Kevin Johnson is 000 and dead 7. 7 total. Kevin Johnson laying down the law, locks out Roger Wayne Thornton on the starting line. Roger 17 on the tree, dead 9, no good. Kevin taking 19 at the top end, executes a nice round win in round number 3. And we'll pick up the 000 hero Kyle Seipel coin. Congratulations, Kevin. It's Cooper Chun and Josh Lutke. Lutke, Indiana. 448 the dial in, left lane. Cooper Chun, right lane, 501. Coop gonna leave first. And then Josh Lutke will go give chase. Good little pair here, talented drivers. Although, to be truly honest, if you're at the Fling at this point, you're a really talented driver all. So, they are savages out here. 4 to an 11. Coop with control. Coop with the win. Taking 8 at the top end. 18 above, 22 total, 004 on the tree. Josh Lutke was 7 thou behind on the hit and 19 above. No good. And Cooper Chun executes a round win. And we'll move on. Bring up Keith Thomas and Lloyd Salvinson Jr. Lloyd out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico. And Keith Thomas, left lane. 498 the dial in for Thomas. Lloyd, 496. This ATI Performance Products round number 3. Big thank you to our friends at ATI. Jags Hoosier helping out with the stream. The stream's been beautiful all weekend long. Warren and the team. Is it Les Mayhew, if I remember correct, who was doing the pan camera? Keith Thomas is 18 on the tree for the win. Lloyd breaks out trying to get to the finish line first. He was locked out on the starting line. He just missed it. 53 on the tree, no good. Keith Thomas, 501 on the 498. Moving on out of Tennessee. Chevy Reeves. Left lane, 464 the dial in. Thomas Wilson, 467. As Tracy Chun chimes in. Coop. Yep, Coop got the win. He's moving on. Hey, shout out Chat Bleachers. They keep this thing enjoyable all week long. Hanging with us on a Sunday morning. Love to see it. 600 watching. Always enjoy the Chat Bleachers. Whether you are here, not here, doesn't matter. Good people. We just want to see some great drag racing. Thomas Wilson is 009 and in control for the win on a double breakout. Margin of victory is 5 thou on the double breakout. 64 on the 67. Chevy Reeves let go 17, but well, that's a small window when you think you're going to get there and you're like, can I get there? Can I get there? Do I throw the anchor? And he did not throw the anchor. As Matt Grayson and Jake Jones come to the starting line. Jake Jones out of South Jordan, Utah. Undercover car. Left lane 454, Matt Grayson, Tennessee runner, undercover car, 490 the dial. Grayson is 15 green and got 20 up front. He's going to take the round win, taking 29 at the back end, 11 above. That's 26 total. And locks out Jake Jones. Jake Jones, 35 on the tree, just missed it. And this round 3, this is where you start to get to the round where if you're 20 on the tree or worse, you are in big trouble. Big trouble. Coop got the big contingent up on the stream. Mike, Steve, Angie, thanks for tuning in on this Spring Fling Million FTI 30K continuation. Continuation from, of course, our weathered out deal. Wanted to flip the Fling Day, and then, of course, we pushed the Fling Day one day to get it in. It was a beautiful day yesterday. And you love to see that when it's the drivers settling the score and not the weather playing a major effect. As Dave Mazier and Chad Broom make their way down the racetrack. Mazier right lane 488. Broom coming on hard. 428 the dial. 429 the run for the win. Mazier had 5 up front, 19 to 24, but no dice at the top end. He might have, Dave might have gave that one back. Mile an hour is a hair low. And Chad Broom, 429 on the 28. 42 total wins it. Logan War and Mark Barnhart. Ain't that right, Tracy? The stream just makes you feel like you're here. Even when you're not. I mean, half the time the guys in the lanes, they're all watching the stream from the lane. It's Mark Barnhart is 004 for the win, 18 above, 22 total, taking 23 at the top end. Logan War, 26 on the tree and locked out on the starting line. Blake Foster, Kyle Seacrest. Seacrest right lane, 466. Blake Foster, 479 on this ATI Performance Products round 3. Making our way through the dragsters. We got a whole lot of them in one slingshot. Right here under the arch. Talk about the slingshot in a little bit. Blake Foster, St. George, Utah. Blake Foster, let's go 10 red, and Kyle Seacrest gets a freebie this morning. Breaks out by 1,000. 65 with the 9 on the 66-17 on the let go, but he was green. Blake Foster was red, no dice, and Seacrest punches a ticket in around number 4. Kiyoki Desai, Las Vegas runner, 444 the dial in right lane, and John Angel, 457 in the left lane. Good pair here. Morning to everybody out in the chat bleachers. Got 600 plus watching. Make sure to hit the subscribe. Today's the subscribe day because you want to stick in touch and stay connected to the Fling Race series. Of course, they'll be racing in a couple weeks as well too, and continually pushing out all kinds of good stuff and fun content. So make sure to stay up to date on that on the YouTube. Stay subscribed. And at this time, we will now take Larice Pro round 4. Larice Pro round 4. Come on down. Larice Pro round 4. Let's boogie. Kyoki Dasa, 17 on the tree and 18 ahead at the hit. Dud 3 for the win. That's 21 total and locks out John Angel. Angel is 15 above, but again, in this world of spring fling, 8th mile race and 35 is just missing it. And Kyoki Dasa disposes of John Angel in that round. Competition. Vinny Domino, left lane, 454 the dial-in. And Dale Taros. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Taros. Could be Taros. 547 the dial-in in the slingshot. I'll tell you what. You bring the slingshot to the party. That's pretty cool. And the slingshot's going rounds. Vinny Domino lights it for red. And Dale, 49 with 5 on the 47. 25 thou above, 25 thou on the tree, 50 total. Second grade math told me that. Tell us what's going on. Good morning. Welcome to the FTI 30K Friday continued ... As Kyler Hergemuller and Jim Glenn come to the starting line. We'll start with Glenn, right lane, 478 the dial-in out of Washington. Kyler Hergemuller out of Brighton, Colorado, 460 the dial-in left lane. Hergemuller in, Jim Glenn in. Hergemuller leaves 9 and got 21 up front, turns it into a round win, taking 16 at the top end, 25 above, and Kyler Hergemuller rolls another round for the Colorado boys. It wasn't quite a staging duel. We saw some yesterday. Boy, some very patient individuals. Very polite individuals, essentially saying, no, you go first, sir. No, you can go ahead. You can go ahead first. Please, please. It's like that awkward time when you're at a coffee shop and you open the door, but you both reach for the door at the same time, trying to be nice to the other guy. It's Michael Pennington, a Lavernia, Texas runner, left lane, 464 the dial-in. Jorge Corvarubius Jr. I was hanging with his contingent out there behind the grandstands. And boy, I tell you what, I love to see their passion, and Jorge is just killing the game right now. Dead 8, 008, 16 total, taking 16 at the top end. That's a squared win as Michael Pennington, 11 on the tree. I think he might have threw the anchor at the end and said, I'm not getting there. Hopefully Jorge breaks out. He does not. Nope. Jorge going to the next round. Richard McFarland, 586 the dial-in. Right lane, and Justin Hoff, 458 the dial-in left lane. Out of Idaho, land of potatoes. The most universal and beautiful food ever given to us. Potato chips, fries, hash browns, baked potato, all of it. You had me at yes. Richard McFarland had control at the starting line, but breaks out at the top end, taking way too much. Justin Hoff, 459 on the 458, 24 on the tree. Richard was 12 green, but breaking out 17 thou, taking 44. 44 in this biz is a lot at this level. Justin Hoff moves on to the next round of competition. Ooh, this will be a good pair. Timmy Markaglu. Staten Island, New York, left lane, 439 the dial-in. And Clinton Fossico. Fossico out of Pueblo, West Colorado, 494 the dial-in, right lane. Clinton went rounds in the American Race Cars Regil shootout. I think he got to the final 4, maybe? And Markaglu is always a tough out. Markaglu, 11 on the tree and has control on the starting line. Will win it at the top end. Taking 10th out, dead 7, 11 on the tree, 18 total, locks out. Fossico on the starting line. Fossico dead 8, but in the pair, 20 on the tree is dead late, and Timmy Markaglu makes him pay. We'll move on to the next round of competition. Do want to notate to racers, please tune into the radio station 106.1. It is running strong as we will not be using the text message service anymore. We did call the Larice Pro round 4, running that same order as we usually do, but we have sent out the final text of the event, so please notate. If you are on the property, final text has been sent out. Please tune into the radio station 106.1 as Max Mosier and Mike Crater come to the starting line. Max Mosier, full control, dead 9, 005, taking 008, B00, take 00, Max Mosier taking it to Mike Crater in that pair. Crater was 26 on the tree and had no chance, locked out on the starting line. Again, racers, we have called the Larice Pro round 4, and we will not be using the text message system anymore. Squad, this race started, all my days are jumbled up now. This one started Friday morning. We got through to about halfway to round 3, and then just the conditions wanted to, err on the side of safety, and then moved to Sunday. As of course, yeah, Mother Nature said, you shall be over. And then moved this one to Sunday because, of course, our Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Battery was yesterday. Congratulations, Luke Boguet. Sanchez for the win, 30 on the tree. 36 thou above as Reyes taking 25 at the top end, breaks out 11. Reyes was, quite frankly, missed it, but had a shot there at the top end. No dice. Sanchez out of Mexico. Moving on. It's Jeff Watts. Right lane. 49. Dave Sekendi out of Washington, 440 the dial in, left lane. As we continue on with the dragsters and our ATI performance products. Round 3, big thank you to all the partners who help out with this event. Of course, Jags and Hoosier for helping with the stream. Great look at home for those who could not be here this weekend. Sekendi with the reaction time advantage, the 17th thou, but on a double breakout, it's Jeff Watts. Watts breaks out 3 thou, and that is less than Sekendi's 6 thou breakout. Elementary school math paid off for me, thank God. It's Gary Wombolt and Ryan O'Connor. Wombolt, right lane, Arvada, Colorado, 460 the dial-in. And Ryan O'Connor, 452. Squad, we all love to participate in the chat. Chat bleachers is where it's at. All Super Pro door cars, round 4. All Super Pro door cars. We will take you to the lanes now, please. All Super Pro door cars for round number 4. We will take you to the lanes, please. As Gary Wombolt wins it on a double breakout. O'Connor had 10 in the bag on the light, but double breakout time, and Wombolt wins it. 59 on the 60 and 24 on the let go. Again, Super Pro door cars, round 4. We will take you there now. Again, a friendly reminder, the text message system has been completed, if you will. So hopefully you're listening on the radio. Super Pro Door Cars, round 4. We need you to the lanes now. If you have lost your cell phone, well, it sounds like you need to make your way to the tower. If you can describe it for us, then we have a cell phone for you. So reach into your pocket, or your hoodie, or your hat, or wherever you keep your cell phone, and make sure you got it. It's Gordon Bovin and Dennis Lithgow. Lithgow's going rounds. Dennis breaking out by a thou, but wins it on the red light. Gordon was 25 too quick. 18 on the tree for Dennis in the sub vehicle for the rest of the weekend at 149 mile an hour. Moving on. Again, Super Pro Door Cars need you back to the lanes for your next round of competition is Ty Farmer and Greg Hicks. This will be a good pair. Jimbo, this is day 12. The natives are getting restless. We're running out of food. I don't even know what day of the week. It's Sunday, right? Yes. It's been, yeah, we think so. It's been a long week, a great week. I tell you what, we're very blessed to say that we went racing all week long. That's a blessing. So we're very, very thankful. But yes, it is something like that. Day 5, 7, 12, 14, whatever. Ty Farmer, left lane, Texas runner, 489 the dial, and Greg Hicks, 482 out of Vegas. Again, two very polite racers saying, you go for it. Ty's in first. Somebody got caught napping on the starting line. Ty Farmer. Ooh. Ty is 15 on the tree to Greg's 43, but on the double breakout, Greg follows Ty through and maybe a little bit of slide into the brake or kicking it at the top end to nullify the breakout. Breaks out 2 thou, and that is 2 thou less than Ty Farmer's breakout. Seen a couple pairs where the driver did not want the finish line, and be interesting to see what the weather does here over the next couple hours. Tony Henderson and Tommy Drake Jr. Drake Jr. in the left lane at Idaho. Mullis car, 478 the dial in. Henderson, 497. Out of South Dakota, right lane. Tommy Drake left way too early, and Tony Henderson will move on. Tony is 008. 93 on the 97. And Tony Henderson punches his ticket to the next round of competition is Gage Gilbert. This is Gage the intern, isn't it? Gage the intern. GTI. Okay. We got an FTI. We got an ATI. We got a GTI. Gage Gilbert. Gage the intern, Henderson, Nevada. 493 the dial in. Trevor Harkema. Boy, Gage got the hands full with a heavy hitter. Harkema. 490 left lane. Again, racers, if you did not hear, the text message system has since, you probably should have seen, but is suspended, so we will make all the calls on the radio station and over the PA. Trevor Harkema got 19 in the bag up front and will win the round. 19 above at the top end, taking 13. 26 on the tree. Gage just missed it a little bit, and a good run for Gage. Got a chance to run in the million yesterday. That was pretty cool to see. Yeah, he did get around winning the million. Yeah, he practically won himself $600. Final call, Super Pro Door Car. Final call. Super Pro door car. Final call. We'll take you to the lanes. You should already be in the lanes, to be truly honest. It's Phil Pennington and Donovan Williams. Williams, right side. 478 the dial in. Phil, 466 left lane. Uh-oh, someone's in big trouble. Phil Pennington, 001, 14 above, 15 total taken, 006. B00 take 00 and disposes of Donovan Williams, who was 29 on the light and had no chance. Randy Bullington and Brandon Taylor. I heard Vegas was rough to a couple people. Taking part in the festivities. The available customer service options. Randy Bullington, right lane, 510 dial in, 23 on the tree and behind. Brandon Taylor, dead 310 on the tree, 13 total, taken 9. At the top end. That is a good lap from Brandon Taylor. Taylor been going rounds this week. Good to see. And out of Roanoke, Alabama. Moving on. Rapid. Barn. We love y'all in the chat bleachers. Alvin, my name is Ronnie Court. I'm out of Denver. They so graciously gave me the opportunity to be on the microphone today, so my condolences. I'm sorry you got to tolerate me today. Nate Hirsch should be on the mic here at some point too, and maybe some other folks popping in. But appreciate you tuning in on the stream, Jags and Hoosier. Big thank you to them for helping out with the program all week long. It was a terrific stream. Warren and the team, I believe it was Les Mayhew up there doing the pan camera. They got like 400 different camera angles. It's beautiful to watch. Eric Mann. Water sucks team, but, well, as Steve Riggins would say, water sucks, but Eric Mann doesn't. 002, 16 above, 18 total, taken 006, B00, take 00. And Nathan Martin, dead 4, but in the pair, 20 on the tree, that's dead late. Eric Mann, water sucks, with an X. Matt Grayson. Right lane, 488. Undercover car, Corey Guliti. Ooh, Corey lights it red by a thou. 001 red, and Matt Grayson gets the freebie. Dead 1, 21 on the tree for 22 total. That would have been tough to beat, but Corey Guliti, 1 red, ends his day. As again, there was no doubles in the 30s. This is the continuation from Friday. We do got tickle fits out there. Killed it on the camera yesterday. Well, I shouldn't say yesterday. All week. Just killing it on the cam. That cam is probably the best stream edition we've seen over the past couple years, because it just gives you that awesome look. That different view. Back in the staging lanes, close up with the cars. It's a beautiful thing to see. As Mike Collins is 11 green, 74 on the 76 on the solo pass. Mike Collins moving on. Appreciate everybody tuning in on the stream as we are live from the Strip at Las Vegas. Yeah, Tickle is the man. That dude. A good one. We're lucky to have him. Lucky to have everybody on the production team this weekend, as the stream was magnificent. As we get going with door cars. Hey, door car alert, chat bleachers. Unminimize your door car. Man, it's Bug McCarty, 008. 11 thou above. That's 19 total. Charlie Lockhart was just simply dead late in the pair. Broke out trying to get to the finish line first. That didn't happen either. Bug McCarty, 91 Cal A short wheelbase machine, moving on. Tony Price, right lane, 588 the dial in, Oregon, 63 Nova. And Scott Taylor, left lane, 610. Columbia Falls, Montana, 65 Cheval. Scott Taylor will leave first. Yeah, Verm, you are correct. McCarty's machine leaves the line, and it's just got that nice high, puts it down nice and soft. All right, so quick dial change. It was actually 670 on Scott Taylor's machine. So again, Scott, the driver's responsibility, making sure that the dial-in is correct. We are only human up here. And Scott Taylor got that correct at 670. Tony Price, 588. So Scott's going to leave well ahead and about a second ahead, which means Tony going to be watching the tree with Scott Taylor ever so moving in front. That's always such a difficult thing to pay attention to. Lock your eyes on that bottom pole, baby. Tony did all right, but Scott Taylor is in control. Win light top end, Scott Taylor by, spicy at the top end. 672 on the 670. 47 on the tree, beats 63 from Tony, and by 86 10th thou, 008. Scott Taylor moving on to the next round of competition. Again, Super Pro Door Cars, if you are not there, you should be there now. Super Pro Door Cars. If you are not there, you should be there now. Kaisley Price and Brandon Haro. Kaisley out of Las Vegas, 71 Cheval. And Braden. Super Pro Dragster Doubles. Super Pro Dragster Doubles. We need you to make your way to the lanes, please. Super Pro Dragster Doubles. Come on down. Super Pro Dragster Doubles. Make your way. Everybody else kind of hangs standby, but Super Pro Dragster Doubles. Please make your way to the lanes, please. Braden, 003. On the double breakout. Breaking out 7th thou less, wins the round. He's 9th thou under, but 9th thou is less than 16 last time I checked my math. As Tyler Rush, right lane, 617, got the hands full with Donnie Hagar. Hagar out of Michigan, driving Chad Sandlin's machine. The S10. Reaction time advantage goes to 00 Donnie, and 00 Donnie we'll move on. 635 on the 633. 28 on the tree. Had 20 in the bag. And Donnie Hagar moves on. Tyler Rush breaking out 6th thou. He could have backed in with 1 thou to play with, but that is tough to do. Again, double dragsters. Doubled dragsters. We need you. Doubled Super Pro dragsters. Come on down. We need you to the lanes, please. Final pair as Scott Heyer. Morrison, Colorado, 71 Dodge Demon. Jeff Davey. Kimberly, Idaho, red light time for Jeff in the Cavalier. And by 6th thou red ends his day. Scott Heyer is dead one. 26 on the tree for 27 total. And Scott Heyer in the Demon. Moving on to the next round of competition. All right, so the double dragsters, you should be on your way. The doubled dragster, we would like you to the lanes, please. The doubled dragster, come on down. As we continue on with the continuation, moving into a Larice Insurance Pro Round 4. I don't know if Carrie is still on the property, but I tell you what, big thank you to Carrie for joining us this weekend. Our friends at Larice Motorsports Insurance, you can go check out all the things that they have to offer. Hey, Troy Grant. Troy Grant, congratulations. Does appear that congratulations to you. You had the best losing package of ATI Performance Round 3. So, Troy Grant, $500. Congratulations, Troy Grant. 284 and 284D is the double dragster we are looking for. We have been calling you. Again, the text message system is no longer in usage, so you should be on the radio. We would like you to lanes now. Well, we got one dragster making the way down the lane, so I'm guessing that's them. As again, we continue on. Big thank you to all the great partners for helping put this event on. This was a team effort in every way, shape, and form, from staff to partners, but I know how valuable those partners are. And our friends at Mosier Engineering, Optima Battery, Jags, Hoosier, of course, all the different round partners that we had. We, of course, had a very exciting Brodex run for the 50K. That was one. And congratulations to Luke Bogacki, a now two-time Spring Fling Million champ. Pretty amazing. We had the Performance Polish Best Appearing. All dragsters. All dragsters. Come on down. All dragsters. This is now your call to the lanes, please. All dragsters. Please make your way for your next round of competition to the lanes. All dragsters, come on down. Fire them up, bring them down, suit up, and let's get them moving.
Well, very cool. Thank you, Ronnie, for taking us through that portion of the event, finishing off round number 3 there and getting us through the first part of round number 4, Larice Pro part. We've got a little track prep that's taking place, and Ronnie and I'll kind of swap back and forth throughout the day. It's good to have Ronnie here. Appreciate him kind of being there when was needed between myself and Steve Riggins, and Ronnie was always sitting right there, just as we said. He talked a minute ago about the teamwork part, right? He's always like, hey, what do you guys need? What do you want? What can I help with? Just a good guy, man. Appreciate Ronnie being here and look forward to hopefully many more opportunities and even some more today when he makes his way back up here. But we have got our Rad Torque Systems round number 4. We got Super Pro Dragsters rolling into the staging lanes. Again, once again, racers, your attention please. Racers, your attention please. We have suspended the use of the text messaging system throughout the remainder of the day. All of the lane calls are going to be coming over the PA system, so listen carefully to the PA. Tune your radios to 106.1 FM. That's 106.1 FM. That is the broadcast station here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. I'm with you, Verminator. I enjoy listening to Ronnie as well. He does a great job up here on the mic, and I guess he's normally up there in the Mile High area, up there at Bandamere, and has been helping out with them for quite a while. Was talking to our RFC representatives that are here, and they talk nothing but very highly of Ronnie and what he does. So definitely appreciate him being in here. And I know that Steve Riggins caught the essentially red-eye flight home last night so that he could be home for church service this morning. And I know that he'll be probably popping into the chat anytime He'll join our folks that are listening in on the chat bleachers. We do need to get those likes up again. Remember, each stream every day is a brand new stream. And as I'm sitting here, preaching about that, I got to hit the like button myself. There we go. So I have liked it. I have already subscribed to the new Race the Flings YouTube channel. Hopefully those of you that are listening in have also subscribed already. It was kind of our goal to get up to about 5,000 subscribers by the time the event had ended. We are currently at 4,400 subscribers, so we jumped from about 2,200 up to 4,400 subscribers on that new Race the Flings YouTube channel. That is one of those things that, again, it's experience it anytime. The whole theme here is race it, experience it. With that, you can experience it anytime. They're going to have each and every one of the live streams will be there for you to replay and run back through. They'll have additional content, a lot of those behind-the-scenes videos that they do, things like best appearing car, presentations, and many, many more are all going to be going up, even when we're not at a track and racing. It is awesome. Experience it anytime. That is really good. To add 3,000 subscribers, to add, get as many likes as we've had each and every day. So, again, if you're part of the over 800 folks that are listening right now, we're only at 179 likes. Please make sure that you go in and hit that like button. Let's keep that stream like number moving up. But we are getting underway with Super Pro Door Car. Round number 4. It's the Rad Torque Systems round number 4. Again, congratulations, I guess. Condolences and then congratulations to Troy Grant, who had our best losing package of the ATI Performance round number 3. He was 21 total. We'll get that $500 from our folks at ATI Performance Products. So we're into the Rad Torque Systems round. Hey, racers, your attention, please, racers. Hey, the fuel bin is going to be open for about the next hour. So if you are going to be needing fuel to finish off today's event, want to make sure that you get over there to the fuel bin. That is going to be open for about the next hour. I want to make sure that you guys have plenty of opportunity to get that fuel taken care of, if you need it. If you need gas, there's plenty of taco places down the road. If you need fuel, the fuel bin is going to be open for about the next hour. Justin Mosier, Jeff Verdi, big-time matchup here. Verdi down 623 in Gary's car. Justin down 523 in the Mosier car. And, Justin Mosier was behind 0.02 of a second at the hit. His 033 to Jeff Verdi's 13. Verdi takes a 7th stripe to go 624 on the 623. Justin Mosier ends up dead on 0. 523 on a 523. But was unable to turn on a win light. Ouch. Sid Summers, Tim Wirtz. Tim right side in the Corvette out of Nampa, Idaho. You see Dustin standing alongside the wall down there watching as his car is going to make its way down the racetrack. And Sid Summers out of Rexburg, Idaho in the 76 Camaro. 571 is the dial for Summers. He'll be getting the head start. Tim Wirtz, 516. He'll be doing the chasing in this pair. Once again, Super Pro Dragster, round number 4. Let's get you headed back this way, please. Advantage at this end of the racetrack goes to Wirtz by about 0.06 of a second. Wirtz will go 531 on a 516 to get the win light. Sid Summers was 95 green. Painful. So behind at the hit, behind at the stripe, and no good for Summers. Tim's moving on as Peeps Pennington and Shannon Walker. Walker over on the left side. The Dallas, Texas-based Camaro. 530 is the dial, and Preston Peeps in the Roadster out of Lavernia, Texas. So again, another one of those Texas showdowns. Going to happen here in round number 4 of the Rad Torque Systems. 30K FTI now Sunday. 5 thou, the difference in reaction time. Win light will belong to Peeps. Peeps is dead 4. Take nothing. True margin at the stripe, 5/10,000ths of a second. 0.0005 is what it came down to. Shannon was 008, dead 9. Peeps was 13, dead 4. And the win light belongs to the roadster of Peeps Pennington as Rod Taylor and Mike Lowe. Mike on the left side in that Mustang out of Hurricane, Utah, and Rod Taylor in the Nova out of K-Town, Montana. It's Kalispell. Advantage to Mike Lowe, win light to Rod Taylor. Mike was 006 on the tree to Rod's 034. Rod gets there second to be one above and get the win light. Mike Lowe taking a little bit too much stripe down at the big end. 52 thou is what he took and ends up breaking it out by 14,000ths of a second. As Jeff Miller and Matt Daddis going to be our next two down the racetrack. Matt out of the right lane. Jeff Miller out of Calumet, Oklahoma, 649. The dial for the two-tone Beretta out of the left lane. And with that, at one point in time, California-based Grand Am that now belongs to Daddis and lives in Ohio. You got that 622 dialing up on the board. Both drivers bump them in very carefully. Tree drops. And we've got a 15 thou difference in reaction time. Matt Daddis showed up, fired up today. Daddis, 001, take 12 thou at the stripe to be 1 thou under. Jeff Miller followed him through to be 4 thou under. And on the double breakout, the win light goes to Daddis. He was 001. Miller was 16 green. Win light to Dat Matt. As Gabe Hernandez and Bob Cerruti. Cerruti out of Ohio. Gabe rolling in out of Mexico. Let's see here. We got like a Minnesota Mafia. Should we have a Mexican Mafia? They're just Team Mexico. And those guys, they have a good time here no matter what. 605 is the dial for Hernandez. 636 is the dial for Cerruti. Gabe is in trouble. He runs 604 on a 605, but Bob Cerruti 19 to Gabe's 076. Cerruti goes 637 on a 636. Win light is on. And gets there first by 35 thousandths of a second. We'll bring out Mike Hall. And G-Dub, Gary Williams. Florida versus Butte, Montana. How are you, Mr. Glenn? It's always good to see you smile every day. That is a man that rolls up here and it's just no matter what, he's like, hey, big smile and life is good. So Mike Hall with a 610 dial. G-Dub with a 579 in the pickup truck. We got one final pair of door cars here in round number 4, and it's going to end on a red light. Mike fouls it away by 27 thousandths of a second. G-Dub 008 goes 574 on a 579. He was holding a couple, and it looks like Garrett Griffiths most likely going to be our final car in Super Pro Door Car. We've got all of our dragsters rolling back in here for Rad Torque Systems round number 4. It is the final day of the Spring Fling Million here in 2024. Yesterday, we handed out a $325,000 prize to our first repeat winner of the Fling Million, and that was Luke Bogacki. They, as a family, are now down enjoying life at a great big old suite at the South Point. They got the whole spread. And if you heard the interview last night, there was a promise made to go to the pool. Right? That's the thing. Like, those from, like, the East Coast, Canada, stuff like that, where it's normally cold, you get out here and it's like, I don't know, what, 60 degrees for us here in Vegas? We're like, I'm not getting anywhere near the pool. Oh, I was going to say that would make me sad too, but nope. 60 degrees out here, and we're like, I'm not getting near the pool. Everybody from like the East Coast and up north, they're like, yeah, 60 degrees, that's definitely pool weather. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Severio says 60 degrees for me is pretty warm. 60 degrees for us. You see, look. You see these two standing down there right by the fence? You got Gary Gilbert and Shea Gilbert. They're standing down by the fence, right? See, for us, it's 60. They're still in sweatshirts. I don't know why Gary. Well, Gary, I don't think owns pants, but they're bundled up like we are, right? And then everybody else from like the Northeast, they're the ones running around here in shorts and tank tops, like slathering on sunscreen. It's just kind of, you know, that type deal. It snows a lot in New York. It doesn't snow much here unless up on the mountain. If you go look out like the back window, you can see Mount Charleston. It's still covered in snow. And anytime we look up and see Mount Charleston still covered in snow, that's when we reach for jackets. Now we got a lot of folks out here, and it's like shorts and sweatshirts. It's that kind of weather. All right, so Garrett Griffith and Gary Humphreys. Again, what had happened, you see what had happened was Jeff Erdy had issues with the Firebird. And so based on that double rule of you can actually do the car share, the ride share program, Jeff was still in. Gary was still in. Gary said, look, I'm not sharing my car with anybody. You might as well just go ahead and jump in my car. And so we'll double that. And that's what's going on. So we waited for Gary's car to be ready to go. He's back, now taking on Garrett Griffith. Garrett dialed in at a 601. Gary dialed in at a 626. And, yeah, see, Peg? You guys are running around in short sleeves and shorts, and we're down here going, ew. Identical reaction times with Gary and Garrett. Win light goes to Gary Humphreys. Garrett Griffith, 10 green, 2 above. Gary Humphreys, 10 green, 1 above. Win light to Humphreys. And the 64 Chevelle will remain in the rideshare program in our Super Pro door cars. What's up, MGB? Say, yo, how you doing? Is that what it is? Like on the East Coast, would be like, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? In New York, they're like, how you doing? Yeah? With a raspy voice. How you doing? All right. That sounds a little more like New York. If Severio's saying it sounds more like New York, I'll go with that because I'm sure it doesn't sound exactly like New York. Because we're not being drowned out by, like, big background noises. There's Mr. Riggins. Mr. Riggins, I sure hope your church service went okay this morning. 6th thou separate Joe Peters and Joe Kittle. Kittle right side, 490 on a 490. 004, take 9th thou at the stripe to be dead on 7. Joe Peters was 10 green and then goes 480 on a 479. It'll now be Philip Pennington and Tom Wilson. Wilson with a 464 dial. Pennington with a 466 dial. And Steve, I sure hope your flight was on time. Everything went smooth. Your experience with Walmart in the air went okay. Glad to hear that all is well. We miss you too. So with Pennington with that 466, Wilson with a 464. And don't worry, Steve, you have absolutely left me in good hands. Ronnie's already been up here helping us out this morning, and we are prepared and ready to finish the day. Tom Wilson is in big trouble. Peeps Pennington rocking the scoop as he makes his way down towards the finish line to be 2 above. 468 on a 466. Thomas Wilson was 32 green and runs 1 above, but it's not going to work out. Pennington 008. Your bag was overweight somehow. Huh. It is. It's crazy when that happens. Yeah? Well, Steve, the problem is your bag was overweight because when you win big at the casino, you're supposed to change in all of the nickels and get bills. It wouldn't have been as heavy. I mean, you were trying to take home like $18,000 worth of nickels. Okay, maybe it wasn't that much. $8 worth of nickels. That still weighs a lot. Keith Thomas and Kyoki Desa. Desa dialed in at 444. I don't even know where you found a nickel machine that was still dropping out coins. Everything here's done on, what we call Tito tickets. Ticket in, ticket out. 497 the dial for Thomas. 444 the dial for Kyoki. There you go. I don't know what Peter's been teaching you, but he's got everything figured out on what you're supposed to do at a casino. Keith Thomas, 498 on a 497. He's 008 on the tree. And 1 above to get the win light. Kyoki was 21 green and 1 above to be 11 thou behind at the stripe. Larice Pro, round number 5. Larice Pro, round number 5. Let's go ahead and get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Larice Pro, round number 5. Go ahead and make your way back. We'll get you headed back in here as we are in a Rad Torque Systems round number 4. We're going to get our Larice Pro cars headed back for Hoosier, round number 5. We've got a 445 dial left side, 488 dial right side for Watts. Watts is 5 thou early. Jagger Anderson is dead on 5 after throwing a bag of donuts up into the reaction time column on the time slip. Trip zip perfect for Jagger. And dead 5. You get the Severio seal of approval. Severio says, that's impressive. And if Severio says that's impressive, then that's impressive. Jeff Watts, 005 red, 487 on a 488. Jagger gets the win light with a 5-pack. And that will get him a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin and $50. And we won't even put that $50 in nickels. We'll pay it in bills. Severio says, don't worry. You'll be in good shape. Right. Kyler Hergemuller and Mark Barnhart. Barnhart on the right side, 462. Hergemuller on the left side, dialed 460. Advantage, Hergemuller, win light, Hergemuller. Mark second time we've seen it today. Dead on 0, making your way down the racetrack, and it will end your day. Hergemuller, 14 green, 1 above, gets it done on a hole shot. Jeff Verdi. In our doubled entry, we need to get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Jeff Verdi for Super Pro Door Car round number 5. I mean, when you're like the last double standing, you start getting personalized invitations to come to the staging lanes. Personalized invitations. Mark Barnhart, 44, dead 0, Hergemuller was 14 and 1 above to get the win as Dennis Lithgow and Nick Contreras. 1 hun separate him in the dial. 461 left side for Lithgow, 460 right side for Contreras. Red light start for Lithgow by 13 thousandths of a second. He goes dead 4. Nope. Nick Contreras was 002 and runs 459. on a 460 as we'll bring Chad Broom and Kyle Seacrest back from the burnout. Seacrest dialed 466. Broom with a vroom vroom run dialed in at 428. That thing's going to go boom boom. It's fast. We'll take all door cars, Super Pro door cars. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes. Advantage in Winlight, Kyle Seacrest. Chad Broom was 35 green, goes 429 on a 428, no good. Kyle Seacrest is coming back. So again, Super Pro door cars, round number 5. Super Pro door cars, round number 5. Let's get you back. Larice Pro, round number 5. There are 5 of you left in round number 5, and you are on a ladder. So in our Pro category, we have reached the ladder rounds. You got Higher with lane choice over Hagar, McCarty with lane choice over Taylor, and Hero will be going on the solo. So it's a solo for Hero. It's Higher with lane choice over Hager, and McCarty with lane choice over Taylor. Is now Brandon Taylor and Aaron Johnson. 21 thou the difference in reaction time. Advantage was to Aaron Johnson. He takes too much at the stripe to break out by 7 thousandths of a second. Took 49 thou. Needed it to take 42 thousandths of a second. Taylor going to be moving on to round number 5 for the Super Pro Dragsters is Markaglu and Barber. How about Mike Barber? Last night was hanging around really late into the evening. He was, let's say, down to 4 for $325,000. And then he ran into, what was it, Sarah? Mike Barber, that round didn't go as he had planned. Markaglu was 003, 1 above. Take 12 thou at the stripe to get the win light. Barber was 15 green and 1 above. Brian, what's my other job? I am an IT guy with a casino company. I'm an IT nerd. I'm just like climbing right up that nerd ladder of success. I was a band geek in high school, became an IT nerd. I'm just a dork. That's the way that it goes. Are we allowed to use that word anymore? Or is it politically incorrect? I don't know. Trevor Harkema and Greg Hicks. Dork. Doofus. Yeah. Yeah? Your sister calls you a dork? You don't know? It happens. You know, you... Now that's funny. 482 is the dial for Hicks. 491 the dial for Harkema. Hicks is needing to do some work. Harkema is going to lock that one down. 16 and 6 thou over the dial. 16 take 2 to be dead on 6 and 22 total. Greg Hicks was 23 on the tree, dead 1 and a 24 pack. Won't work. Yeah, Barn. Nate the Nerd. I don't want that to be my nickname. Nerd Nate? No. No, Nerdy Nate. Not down with that one. It's funny. That's funny. Del Toros. The front engine Tuttle built ride out of La Mirada, California. and Randy Bullington. 7th thou separate them. Bullington was dialed 510, goes 5098 to get the win on a double breakout. Toros take 8th thou at the stripe, breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Bullington follows him through. To be 3 thou under, or 4 thou, excuse me. Johnny Carter and Jorge Covarrubias. Covarrubias, 456 is the dial. Johnny Carter with a 454 dial, 200ths of a second is the difference in the dial. As we get into calling our round number 5 cars back into the staging lanes. Again, Rag Torque Systems, round number 4 on an FTIperformance.com Sunday morning here at the Strip. Red light start for Johnny Carter. Jorge Covarrubias and Team Mexico. They're going crazy down there. That guy was clapping so hard, I know. You ever had a time where your hand, you clap them so hard and you just feel the sting and it stays numb for like 13 minutes? He was doing that. 002 and 457 on a 456 for Jorge. Johnny Carter, 27 red, dead on 1. Red and dead on. What was he? The other day we were talking about good idea, dumb idea. Red and dead on's dumb idea. Trust me, he'll agree. He's like, if I'm going to be dead on, I shouldn't be red. That's a dumb idea. Justin Hoff and Cooper Chun. Cooper on the right side. Justin on the left side. The Vancouver, Washington-based dragster going up against the Wendell, Idaho. Base ride on the left side. 459 to a 503. Yeah, you're right, Steve. We do get along for many reasons. 3 thou separated him in reaction time. Cooper was 18. Justin was 15. Nate, no, we won't go with that one either. Ang. Justin goes 460 on a 459. Cooper 503 on a 503. He is 18 dead 4, takes 7 thou at the stripe to get the win light over Justin Hoff as Max Mosier and Alonso Sanchez. Team Mexico's hands are still numb. Still numb after the celebration that they had last time. We'll see if Alonso Sanchez can get Team Mexico another win light, or if what Luke Bogacki had called Mosier City. I mean, they had so many trucks and trailers and cars here, they did set up a small city. Will it be Mosier City? Will it be Team Mexico? Win light's going to go to Team Mexico. Alonso was 26 on the tree. Mosier was 41 green. As a 449-1 for Max Mosier. He's 41, dead 1. Ends up 42 total. Comes up 5 thou short at the stripe. Sanchez 26 and 11 thou above to get the win light for Team Mexico. It's Gary Womble and Mike Collins. Collins with a 475. Womble with a 460. Once again, racers, just kind of a reminder that we have suspended the use of the text messaging system today. So all the calls will be going out over the PA. Make sure that you tune into 106.1. It doesn't seem like that has been a problem for anybody, as everybody's been responding to the lane calls pretty quickly. 13 thou was the difference in reaction time. Mike Collins was in control. 007 dead 6. Winner for Collins out of Colorado. Womble was 20 on the tree. Gets their 8 thou. To break out by 15 thou is Eric Mann and Tony Henderson. Henderson 495. Eric Mann. And his water sucks. Man, did that bottom half of those blue IDs blink like 6 times? He went in just as shallow as he possibly could. Man, and Henderson, win light goes to Henderson. Tony, 21 green, 1 above. Take 4th out at the stripe. Eric Mann was 16 green and 2 above. And that didn't work out for Eric. He thinks that sucks. I would too. That's why I don't race, because most of my days would end in disappointment and tears. Huh? Yeah, nobody wants to see that. Anyway, Matt Grayson and Kevin Johnson. Kevin on the right side, dialed 450. Grayson on the left side, dialed 488. Red light start for Kevin Johnson by 7 thousandths of a second. Johnson drops out, and then, oh, what have we been saying all week? He was red, and then what? Yep. Red, and Kevin Johnson red and dead on. After he runs, goes dead on the dial. Matt Grayson, 32 green, 487 on a 488. Kevin was 007 red, dead on 3. Severio wants to jump in here because he sees a pair that he really likes. Who's that guy?
Scott Taylor.
Who's the other guy?
Bug McCarty.
Yeah? That's going to be kind of a cool deal as we get into our Pro, Larice Pro, round number 5. Uh-oh. What happened?
Scott Taylor, 005 lost. Bug McCarty, 039. He got lucky there.
He did.
It looks like Scott was 1 above with a 1. Whoa.
Exactly. Scott Taylor, 672 on a 671, was 005 red. Bug McCarty, 39 green, goes 604 on a 606. You want to finish off Pro? We got a pair and a single. Severio's here, and then we're going to turn it back over to Ronnie if he wants it.
Donnie's going to take the win light, 1 above with a 0. Scott higher, 013, and broke out 1 below with a 6.
See? 1 thou was the difference in reaction time. Hager getting the win light. Higher was 13. Then we had Bug McCarty moving on. We got Hager moving on.
We got Brandon Erickson, 030 for Brandon.
So in our Pro category, we're coming back with 3. Haro, Hager, and McCarty. We got Super Pro door cars rolling up here under the arch, and I mean, Ronnie's been just like the man. This is round number 5. What? Oh, Severio's wishing for that buyback. So we'll kind of do the little rotation thing, and Super Pro door car seems to be a good place to switch out. So again, we've got our Super Pro door cars rolling in here for round number 5. We don't have many of them. Not many left, but the ones that we do have are all pretty good. Ronnie Court is going to jump back onto the microphone. And again, thanks to Ronnie for kind of waiting in the wings and like, put me in, coach. Let's go.
I'm just the backup quarterback.
I'm not the coach, but I'm just saying.
No, you're the quarterback.
No.
Riggins is the coach.
No.
We talked about this yesterday.
Coach? Okay.
Yeah, Coach Riggins.
Coach Reagan.
Yeah, Coach Riggins. Coach Steve. You're the wide receiver? Okay.
I like that.
What's that make Pete?
What's that make me?
Pete's owner.
The offensive coordinator.
Offensive coordinator. Shannon Walker, hey, congratulations. You had the best losing package of the Rad Torque Systems round 4. 17 total. Yeah, that's tough. That's bittersweet. 17 total loser. Shannon Walker, you have $500 and a check. So come on up to get it. As we get started with Tim Wirtz and Jeff Verdi. Verdi lights at 11 red. Uh-oh. Jeff Verdi, 11 red. Dead 2. That's no good. Tim Wirtz, 12 above, 23 on the street, 35 below. Tim Wirtz. Moving on as the Super Pro door cars. I know we got a lot of racers who are making the trip home and maybe listening on the road. Thanks for joining us on the road. Hopefully you make safe travels. I know if you're headed back to up the Utah, Colorado way, there's some dealing with weather, some dealing with wildlife, so hopefully it's a safe trip back. Bob Cerruti, Rod Taylor, oh boy. Bob Cerruti lays down 5 total, 000, dead 5. That is nasty. Rod Taylor, 17 on the tree, well above. Bob taking 47. Who needs to trim that down when you could just go trip zip, dead 5? We need to have 284. You are the dragster double Kittle. 284. Dragster double. We need you to the lanes now, please. Dragster double. I believe we only have one double, and that is you, Mr. or Mrs. Kittle. And we would like you to the lanes, please. Gary Williams and Preston Pennington. Peep show. Left lane. 513 the dial-in out of Texas. Gary Williams, Florida. Race truck. Great pair. Williams ahead on the hit by 13. 001, but breaks out. Win light. Peep show. 514 on the 513. 14 above. 14 on the tree. 28 total is Williams is 001, breaking out 14th out, taking 41 at the top end. And 41 in round number 4 of a 30K at the Fling. Excuse me, round number 5. That's a Hoosier round number 5. Taking 41 is too much. So Gary had the jump. Peep show wins the round. We'll move on to the next round. As we say thank you to our friends at Hoosier. Hoosier round 5. So we'll do a little bit of cleanup. Prep the track just a hair and then be at it. Dragster should be coming up. And again, 284, Kittle, you are still doubled, and so we will want you in the lanes now. Please. Please and thank you. I think we have maybe 1 or 2. I think we've got that Verdi-Humphreys combo. Should be Gary coming up. Riggins is in the chat and says, Pete's the water boy. All dragsters, we will take you to the lanes, please. All dragsters, we will take you to the lanes, please. Steve said that because he has left here already. I don't know. What he said on the mic? He's the water boy. Water boy getting a lot of run on the microphone this week. All dragsters, we need you to the lanes, please. Again, racers, if you did not see or hear, we have suspended the text message service, so we are now on radio and PA only. All dragsters, please make your way to the lanes, please, as we'll finish up the prep. Got maybe a door car pair or 2, one more double. I think Gary is still left. Verdi unfortunately went red. We've got the 1 doubled dragster. And we have called all dragsters. Back to the lanes, please. All dragsters back to the lanes. Do want to wish everybody safe travels as they button everything up and begin to head home. Some already on the road, listening on the stream. It is Sunday morning on a day that we were not scheduled to run at, and there is 1K watching.
I know.
All right, we are live from the Hulk limo. So we can't make this stuff up. We got Angelo, our driver. We made a lap down the racetrack in the limo, and we blew the limo up. It kicked the serpentine belt, so we had to get a new limo, which is a Hummer. It's sweet. It's green. It's the Hulk.
Yeah,
And
I love green.
We're riding to the room. we got a limo driver in the back.
In the back, enjoying myself.
You guys are probably thinking, if it's not autopilot, then what the heck? Well, different limo driver.
We'll check back in with a better report later, but rest assured, we're going to have a good night.
Oh. Pro ladder. Braden and Bug on one side. And Mr. Donnie Hagar. Double O Donnie on the other side. Racing some gentleman named Bai. Donnie is out in Michigan. I think it's Michigan. So Donnie's got the bye. And Hero and McCarty will settle it on the other side of the pro ladder. Again, we have called all the dragsters back to lanes as I see them making their way back in the lanes. I think we'll have that one last door car pair, maybe?
I think, possibly.
Mr. Humphreys.
I mean, I see it sitting back there, so. Should be soon.
It's been a great week. And overall, I thought with some hiccups with the weather, overall, not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, the couple of things that you can't control,
Mhm.
but what you can control is the response to things like that.
Sure.
And I think that was handled exactly the way that it needed to be.
Beautifully.
Not that, I'm not the offensive coordinator or the coach or anything like that. I'm just the armchair quarterback at this point. Just sitting along going, yeah, sure, that'll work. That'll be great.
This will be a doozy of a pair, too.
Oh.
As they rumble underneath the arch, Mr. Matt Daddis and Gary Humphreys.
That'll be interesting to watch.
Drivers making some final adjustments, looking into the car here. Well, all right. Finish up the drag, and then we'll be at it. Gary Humphreys, Matt Daddis. Getting the dragsters warmed up in the back there. By the way, did not see any aircraft over the last day or two flying over.
No, I think red flag has wrapped up.
They wrapped up?
I believe so. It's not exactly something that they send out a schedule You're like, oh, by the way, while we're practicing our military exercises, this is the schedule we will follow. Be advised. They don't exactly do that, but it is one of those things. I mean, come on. You think about what we've seen here in Vegas over the last few days. Obviously, we've seen a lot of great racing.
Sure.
We've seen some fantastic flyovers from jets. We saw a SpaceX rocket launch last
I
night.
did see the SpaceX deal. It was
Right?
pretty cool.
You've got all of the views of the other strip in Vegas. You've got the mountain views that everybody's been, kind of commenting on. I think it's one of those things where, like, you up there at Bandamere, where the track is positioned on the side of the mountain, you get to look out and see, like, the entire Denver, I don't know if you guys call it a plateau or whatever, but
Sure.
it's basically like where the Rockies end and the plains begin. I remember the first time I went up there, I was awestruck by that.
It quite literally transitions from flat to up.
Right. I mean,
Where
like,
we're-
straight up.
Where we sit.
And, like, for me, sitting here in the tower, I see those mountains all day, every day. So you kind of go numb to what you got. The first time I sat down in Bristol, seeing Thunder Valley was
Right in front of you.
mind-blowing. So everybody gets a chance to see something new, and we've seen a lot of really cool new things.
Matt Daddis and Gary Humphreys. Daddis, right lane, 621 the dial in, Grand Am. He wheels up, plays him down, hopefully good and green, and got to get past Gary Humphreys. Gary been very solid. Here as we get into our door cars, finishing them up. Humphreys out of New Jersey, making the trip out with Mr. Verdi, 64 Cheval, 626 the dial in. And got the hands full with Matt Daddis. Daddis leaves 17 on the tree and got 21 in the pocket, and dead 3 at the top end, taking 40 for the win. Gary Humphreys was 38 out of the gate, and no good at the top end. Matt Daddis moving on. The heavy lifting done on the starting line. 20 total. Locks out Humphreys. Matt Daddis moves on to the next round of competition as the dragsters start to make their way with our doubled car and Kyler Hergemule. Double car be Joe Kittle Jr. Undercover car. 491 right side with Kyler Hergemuller out of Brighton, Colorado, the welder. Pipe fitter 460. The dial in left lane. The diamond chassis. Yes, you are right, Stephen. Mathematically ineligible, locked out, no good. However, the way you want to put it. As Hergemuller and Kittle finish up the burnouts, clear them out, and Kittle's ready to go. He says, let's go. Jump in, and Kyler will fall. Kittle lets go 6. He's got 9 in the bag, but breaks out by 3 thou, taking 21 at the top end. Kyler Hergemuller is dead 9 and 15 on the let go for 24 total. So Kyler Hergemuller moves on to the next round of competition as Kittle 006, and boy, he had to kick it one more time, and no dice on that one. So Kittle on the 1 is out, and Kyler Hergemuller moving on. A couple more dragsters be wrapping around here underneath the arch as we will continue on with the dragsters. Again, we appreciate everybody for tuning in on the stream. This Hoosier Round 5. Big thank you to, we are at 1,000. 293 likes, about 25%.
Don't make us turn Riggins loose.
It's Saturday morning. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Sunday morning. I don't even know what day it is anymore.
It
it's the day. We've been here since oh my gosh, a full straight week. Mines are a little foggy. As Steven, you are correct. Needed one more womp there, one more kick. But make sure to subscribe. I think the big thing is subscribe today. Make sure you're subscribed because there is obviously going to be a ton of content from the Fling team, Matt and Austin, and you and Steve, Nate, and of course Peter pushing out all kinds of great content that you guys can check out and you can follow along. You guys will be racing here in a couple more weeks, and so make sure to subscribe to the Fling Race series. What did we start at with subscription wise? We've got 2,100. So that's awesome. Good growth. Good growth. Putting their own YouTube series and streams together now. And again, big thank you to Warren and the team. All the production has been terrific. And if you want to watch this upcoming in the next couple weeks, just make sure to subscribe. I see dragsters under the arch here at the Strip at Las Vegas. By the way, can I just say with you here, Nate, thank you for giving me an opportunity to be on the microphone. And I want to say thank you to Pete and Matt as well, too. This really, as somebody who has been a heavy chat bleacher, a chat bleacher addict, a chat bleacher participant for many, many years, this has truly been a bucket list thing for me. So very, very appreciative, very, very thankful. And, anytime that you can call some racing is great, but at an event like this with the caliber of drivers like this, it's just a little different, you know, especially on Million Day. Your call, by the way, of the Million final,
Oh, cool. Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
That was terrific.
But it is, I think what's cool about it, and, you know, I wish that a lot of times I recognized the usernames, the screen names, in the chat bleachers, and it's tough to put a name with a face.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really great for your fellow chat bleacher folks to be able to get to know your personality a little bit.
Sure.
So that's pretty cool.
Looks like we need the Larice Pro cars. We got 3 coming back. Larice Pro cars, come on back. It is time for the semis. Larice Pro, come on back. As Sanchez and Thomas come to the starting line. We'll start right lane, Sanchez out of Mexico. 482 the dial in. I was hanging with the Mexico contingent down there by the grandstands. They are a passionate bunch. I love those guys. They are terrific. Keith Thomas going to try to play spoiler. 497 out of Tennessee. 497 will leave first. And Alonso Sanchez. Uh-oh. Ooh, that is a tough one. Win light will go to Sanchez. Keith Thomas was 001, but issues off the line, and Sanchez not far behind. 13 green, kicking in at the top end, taking 2/10, but well above. Sanchez for the win. Thomas had a nice light, but no good from there. So Sanchez moves on as Team Mexico, they keep rolling on in this FTI 30K Friday. Again, we need to have pro cars. 3 left. McCarty, Hero, and Hagar. Come on back. As Nick Contreras out of Avondale, Colorado. 460 to the dial-in. And Randy Bullington out of Paris, Tennessee. 510 in the left lane. Bullington leaves red by 12. It's a freebie for Nick Contreras. 458 with a 2 on the 460 and 002 on the starting line. Bullington just missed it. Too quick. And Nick Contreras moves on. It's Mike Collins, right lane. Gilroy, California, 475. Dial in. And left lane got the hands full with Timmy Markaglu. Staten Island, New York, 440 the dial in. Timmy's been kind of right there, just hanging tough, and could see him spike an event. But got to get around Mike Collins in this round of competition. Looks like I still see just the maybe one. So again, pro cars, 3 left. Come on back. 8 to a 17 in favor of Markaglu. Markaglu, dead 8, 008, wins the round. Collins breaks out by 10 thou, taken 9 thou. Mathematically ineligible, locked out. And Timmy Markaglu, 00 dead X, is going to win you a lot of rounds. And he will move on. He is getting hot. It's Kyle Seacrest, right lane, Oklahoma, 467 the dial in. And Trevor Harkema. Coeur d'Alene, runner Harkema, 489 the dial in, M&M chassis. They are nearly identical, separated by a thou on the starting line. Win light top end, Kyle Seacrest. 11 above, taking 007 at the top end. 10 to 11 on the tree as 21 beats 28 total. And Kyle Seacrest will win the round and move on. Starting to get tight on the dragster side as Jorge Corvarubius and Phil Pennington. Phillip, 467 the dial in, left lane. Corvarubius, 457 right lane. Team Mexico, they got a couple cars still hanging around. Jorge is is red by 6 thou, and Philip Pennington gets the freebie. 66 with a 0 on the 67. 20 on the let go is Jorge was just a little bit too much morning coffee. And Phil Pennington will move on to the next round of competition as Super Pro Door Cars. Super Pro Door Cars. Come on down. Super Pro Door Cars. Again, racers, if you did not hear, we have suspended the text message service, so it's all radio from here. Super Pro Door Cars. Come on down. Super Pro Door Cars. Your call. No lanes, please. Tony Henderson and Brandon Taylor. Nearly identical off the starting line. Win like Tony Hernandez. Excuse me, Henderson. Breaks out by a thou. Brandon Taylor breaks out by 11 thou. And last time I checked my math, one was less than 11. So Henderson moves on as Cooper Chun. Coop, right lane, 503 the dial. I believe that's the Kittle car over there in the left lane. Nope, that's Matt Grayson. Matt Grayson, Whitewell, Tennessee. Grayson undercover car, 487 the dial in left lane. Cooper Chun, 503. Oh, no, it is Joe Kittle. I was right the first time. Joe Kittle, left lane. In that undercover. This is that doubled car that we were saw earlier. 487 left lane. Cooper Chun, 503. The Mullins car. Kittle is 7 on the tree with 10 in the bag to play with, but Cooper Chun wins the round. I think they were both kicking it at the top end, and Cooper 505 on the 503 was not far behind. 17 green, taking it by 56 10 thou. 5 thou at the stripe. And that'll leave us with one final car, our solo pass. That'd be Jagger Anderson. Jagger out of Brighton. 445 the dial. Again, Super Pro Door Cars, you have been called Super Pro Door Cars. And we've got our Pro 3 coming up. Jagger on a solo hit. See how close we can go to that 445. I'm going to say 6 on the tree, dead set. Oh, Jagger missed it a whole bunch. 446 with 8-2, 38 on the tree. And 50 total on the buy. So Jagger moves on. As Super Pro Door Cars, you have been called. We've got the 3 getting ready. On the pro side, again, Donnie Hagar got the buy. And Braden and Bug will battle it out on the other side of the pro field in this FTI 30K Friday. We've got the beautiful banner set up, waiting the winner. One more trophy and one more big check to give out this weekend, and then we will button her up as you guys will get ready for another marathon week. But they're getting the signs ready and dressing up the location. Should be a nice one. But we got a couple more rounds to go, and appreciate you all as we got 1,100 watching on the stream. Big thank you to our friends at Jags and Hoosiers. Let's get them likes up, 328. See if we can get to at least 500 here in the next round. Start smashing that like button. Support these people who put this on, and help them out on the social media channels. Of course, you can follow on Facebook and Instagram. They're always posting great content, and videos, and they will continue to take. You know, it's always fun as somebody who captures video or photos to then go back the Tuesday, Wednesday after and see what kind of stuff you can get. And they'll be posting all that good stuff, I'm sure, and you can follow along, but the only way you do that is by subscribing. So make sure to hit the subscribe. It's totally free, so why wouldn't you support the people who put this on in the Fling Race series on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook? Big thank you to our friends at Mosier Engineering, Optima Batteries, for helping out with the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Battery.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
Hi, I'm Rob Mosier from Mosier Engineering. I'm here with Luke Bogacki today. We are going to talk about our stainless brakes. This year for PRI, we've developed a new low-profile brake. We've sold brakes that fit in 16-inch beadlock dragster wheels and drag race wheels for a long time, but with the changes in some of the wheels and the 16-inch wheels and then some of the 15-inch wheels that are coming out, people wanting beadlocks now, we needed a low-profile kit. And so we developed this year, and we'll let Luke talk about the brakes in a little bit more.
Yeah, no, the low profile kit is such a great addition because, like, with the certain wheels, say like a Delta beadlock, you got to be really careful about where you even put wheel weights with the traditional caliper setup. This basically alleviates that concern. But the stainless brake kit in general, it's been such a tremendous upgrade to our program. I was just telling Wade, we race at a fairly short racetrack typically, and then with a past setup, we would cup rotors in 50 runs. You just get them really hot. The stainless setup, it doesn't cup, it doesn't warp. They take a ton of abuse. Plus the pad and design that these guys have come up with, I think it's the perfect kind of happy median between, I think I've had pads in the past that are just not aggressive enough that won't stop. I've driven cars with pads that they stop so aggressively that you just kind of try to hit the brakes like normal and then you lock up the tires. This is that happy median where you can be really aggressive and still be safe, be stopping. Like, it's a great setup. So I'm a huge advocate for the stainless brake in general. The one thing that we wanted to talk about for kind of the tech tip today, Rob, was the first run, the break-in process for that stainless setup, and specifically new pads on the stainless setup. As awesome a setup as it is, it needs a break-in run. Basically, it's got to go through one heat cycle, right?
It definitely does. And we have tried every way we can ever figure out to break them in the garage, in the shop, on jack stands. And I just don't think you can simulate the amount of heat that it requires to get the pads bedded in correctly. And that first run can be a little bit hairy with these, there's no doubt.
Yeah, so the first run, there's nothing wrong. The pedal's gonna feel fine, but it just doesn't stop like it will on run 2 till the further duration of the pads. So it's worth keeping in mind if, like I just said, you're racing at a shorter track. I'll be honest, when we're at home making first runs on new pads, one of two things happens. I'm either shutting off at half track or I'm pulling the chute. After the first run, they're golden, but it's worth noting that first run, go through a heat cycle to break these in is really crucial.
Yeah, I like to tell people when they get them from us at the racetrack, I'm like, okay, the first run's going to make you nervous. The second run, you're going to be very happy. The third run, you're going to be in love with them. So that's kind of the way I put it to people when they get them. This is one of our stainless kits that we have sold for years with the standard size rotor. These are the ones that the only option we've had up to this point with the larger diameter rotor. The new ones, such as this one is the low profile setup. The diameter of the rotor is smaller. Obviously it looks pretty cool too. And the caliper bracket, the way we've designed it with the smaller rotor and the caliper bracket, lets everything sit inside closer so that you can put the 15-inch wheels on the car.
To the lanes. Final 3 in pro. As I'll take you one more round, and then we will see the legend, the man, the myth, the legend, Nate Hershey, take you the rest of the way. As I'm gonna have to get on the road here shortly. Turns out we have to work on Monday. Braden Hero and Bug McCarty. Bug, 91 KLA, left lane 606, a heads-up battle and red light time by Bug. By 20 thou. Braden, 005 for the win. Both cars were under by a couple thou, but again, decided on the line. You know, anytime you got a heads-up deal going, I feel like as a driver, you kind of get juiced just a little bit more. And unfortunately for Bug, just a little bit too much. Braden Hero will race Donnie Hagar. In that pro final, this is Donnie, 00 Donnie, as he's known back home in Michigan. See if he can live up to that name here. Dragsters, come on back. Dragster, come on back. 008, but on the red side. And dead one, that seems good. So in the Chad Sandlin borrowed machine. Donnie, moving on. Hey, Trevor Harkema, congratulations, you had the best losing package of round number 5. Gonna win that certificate for the set of Hoosiers. Hey, I need Hoosiers. Trevor, congratulations. Trevor Harkema. Best losing package of round number 5. So that concludes our Larice Insurance Pro semi-final. Brandon, I appreciate the kind words. Thank you. It's an honor, a blessing to be able to share the microphone with guys who I consider legends. Nate and Steve. It is so much fun to I tell you what, to listen to those two, especially Steve, with some of the color he adds is terrific. I love listening to those guys, and I'm just honored just to be in the same room here. Tim Wirtz and Matt at Daddis. Daddis swung that Grand Am back to go racing again. 619 the dial in right lane. Tim Wirtz 517 Roadster machine. Red light time. Daddis by 3 stinking thou. Tim Wirtz 515 on the 517. 32 green, and Daddis going to be kicking himself on that one. Lets out and says, well, I guess that's the end on that one. Tim Wirtz moving on. Brings up Peeps Pennington. Left lane, 513 the dial in. out of Lavernia, Texas. Although he's just got a brand new house. I'm not sure if it's still in Lavernia or not. New place to store more race cars. And Bob Cerruti out of Ohio. 67 Camaro, 636 the dial in. Cerruti will leave first. Peeps will chase. In this Mickey Thompson round 6. Red light time. Peep show by 4 thou. And Bob Cerruti is moving on. Bob would have been tough to beat. 20 green, dead 3, 23 total as Peeps lights it red by 4 thou on the Roadster. It was 9 thou under. And Bob Cerruti continues to have a good weekend. And he will move on. So dragsters getting lined up back there. We've got a couple of you. Yeah, Steven, it is Royond 6. Big thank you to our friends at FTI. 30K Friday, ... continued to, I think it's Sunday. Maybe. Boy, I tell you, when you camp out at the drag strip for a week straight, your mind gets a little foggy on what day it is. Maybe, kind of, sort of is Monday. Safe travels to all the folks who are button up trailers and headed out. Some of you already on the road. Safe travels, whether you're going east, west, south, north, it doesn't matter to me. Make sure you travel safe, go slow. Make sure everything's strapped down. Double check all those chains and all that good stuff, especially if you're going through the mountains. I know a lot of guys going to be going through the mountains. We've got weather that came in yesterday at the Vail Pass, especially for you Colorado guys. And I think it's going to clear up, but, doesn't matter where you go. You got wildlife around and wind and everywhere, it seems like, so safe travels back. And for those of you who are watching on the stream, 350 likes. That's great and all, but let's bump that bad boy up a little bit, huh? Maximize the window. Although you probably got it open since we're not working today. At least most people aren't. So again, make sure to like, subscribe to the Fling Race Series.
take good care of you. I mean, it's can't go to a better bracket race ever.
Alrighty. Dragsters finishing up the burnouts. As we get it started with a Colorado kid, Jagger Anderson. Jagger left lane, Brighton, Colorado, 446 to dial in. Gonna race Team Mexico. Alonso Sanchez out of Sonora, Mexico, right lane. Not a ton of cars left in competition. We are getting into the nitty-gritty rounds. In this Mickey Thompson round 6. Big thank you to our friends at Mickey Thompson. Sanchez, Anderson, and Jagger lights it red by 7 thou. Sanchez, 13 above, 21 on the tree for 34 total. As Jagger broke out by 1 thou, but 007 red throws it away on the starting line. Kyler Hergemuller, Brighton, Colorado, 461 the dial in. Kyle Seacrest, 467 in the right lane. Seacrest out of Oklahoma. Hergemuller out of Colorado. Getting down to the savage rounds where you got to be 00, taking 00, and real tight on the package to get round wins. Hergemuller 461 in the diamond car. Left lane, Seacrest right side. Who would like to go in first? It will be Hergemuller. And here comes Seacrest. Six to an 18. Seacrest in control, but breaks out by 3 thou. Hergemuller is dead one. 18 on the tree for 19 total. Seacrest breaks out 3 thou. Took stripe by 16. I think Seacrest is going to say at a matching number side by side. Could have tightened that one up a little bit closer. 1 or 2 more kicks, but no dice. Hergemuller will move on to round number 7. As Philip Pennington. Left lane, 467 the dial in. Tony Henderson. Henderson, 498 the dial in. Right side, out of South Dakota. There were a couple folks in the South Dakota chat repping it for Team South Dakota. Got to get past tough customer Philip Pennington. 6 to an 8. Pennington breaks. No, excuse me. It is Henderson that simply beats him to the line in a terrific drag race. 13 above, taking 2 thou at the top end. 008 to Pennington's 006. And South Dakota moves on. Pro final, we'll take you to lanes, please. Pro final, we'll take you to lanes, please. Pro final, come on down. Ooh, this is going to be a great pair. Timmy Markaglu, Staten Island, New York, 441 left side. Cooper Chun, 503. Mullis Carr, right side. Two red-hot racers right now. 6 to an 18. Cooper Chun in control. Win light top end. Cooper Chun. Dead 9006. Markaglu is locked out on the starting line. 18 on the tree and no good. Got to break out trying to get to the finish line first. That's always the tough situation. Give the stripe back or take it and break out. Lost it on the line is Nick Contreras. Will be the bye. Again, Pro Final, need you to the lanes now. Pro Final, we will take you. Nick Contreras will get the bye. I think I'm going to consider this my final car. And then sign off and let Nate Hershey take you all the way home. Contreras, Nelson Carr, 459 the dial. Leaves 3 red. How about dead 7? That's pretty good. Dead 7, 3 red. And all done with the dragsters. Again, Pro Final, need to be making your way to the lanes, please. And again, just want to say thank you to Matt and the team, Austin, Peter, Nate, Steve, and all them who give me an opportunity to be up here and spit some rounds here. Thank you to all the kind comments out in the chat bleachers. Appreciate you. I'm going to start to make the trip home and hopefully a clear veil pass. We'll see. I don't know. But I'll let you take it home, Nate. Thank you. Appreciate you. And we've got Pro Final coming up here in just a little bit.
All right, so once again, we have called our Pro Final into the staging lanes. Ronnie is going to be headed back to jump in the rig and head north and east, back up into the Denver area. Thank you, Ronnie. Appreciate you coming up here and spending some time on the mic. I know everybody in the chat bleachers appreciates it as well, and for the assistance you gave us throughout the event and the help coming in here this morning just to make the morning go by a little bit quicker. Definitely a very good dude. And good, again, to put kind of faces with screen names that you get to see in the chat bleachers. But Donnie, definitely one of those good ones. So we've got our Pro Finals headed back into the staging lanes. We are not too far away from closing things out here. Again, we've only got 371 likes. We've got 1,100 people watching, and only 371 likes. Each day we've been well over 1,000 likes, and with 1,000 people watching, let's go ahead and hit that like button. Make sure that we get streams, each of our streams for each and every day, up over those numbers. We are at 4,400 subscribers, so we definitely want to make sure that we get that done. Kyle, you got good reason. This is one of those tracks that we are pretty lucky out here. You know, the facility itself is pretty expansive. We've got multiple different tracks, multiple different venues. I mean, we've got a dirt track that is basically kind of right up alongside of the shutdown area here that we get to do a little dirt race. And, of course, we've got the main Las Vegas Motor Speedway. We run a couple of NASCAR events a year as well as some other things. We've got an inside road course, outside road course. We've got, of course, the bull ring over there. We've got all kinds of stuff that takes place here at this venue. So we are pretty lucky that Bruton Smith and the folks at SMI keep this place the way that it is. And again, this year, folks rolled into some brand new pavement up at the top end of the pits that used to be chip seal. Now it's all paved up real nice, and it just made it a little bit more comfortable for those that get to come down here and race. And of course, our gates are always open for any racer from whatever part of the country you're from. If you happen to be in the area and you want to stop in and go racing with us, if we've got an event, we'd love to have you. We'd love to have you. So they are getting kind of some things squared away back there in these staging lanes. And as soon as we get that done, nice. We got it up to 400 likes. Philip Pennington had the best losing package of round number 6. So the best losing package, round number 6, goes to Philip Pennington. Getting himself a set of those Mickey Thompson rear tires. We've got our Larice Pro Final back there. We're starting to get into the rounds where folks are going to start talking about some of the money that's out there, as we are in for a $30,000 FTI, what is now Sunday. But Philip Pennington had that best losing package of round number 6. Trevor Harkema had the best losing package of round number 5, gets the certificate for those Hoosier slicks. Philip Pennington gets the Mickey Thompsons, and that is going to be one of those good things. At least makes it a little bit better. So the Pro Final has made their way back into the staging lanes. We are at that point of the day where there is going to be some time in between rounds. And as we are looking at some of that time in between rounds, it will be a little bit here and there. So we'll get down to some of those points where we'll play some music if there's some other things that need to be done up here. Because I really believe for those 1,100 folks that are still watching along, that you probably tired of hearing us ramble up here when there's not much going on. But we can certainly get into some dialogues. We can talk about some of those important racing things. We can talk about some of those non-important other life things. But whatever it is that you guys want to do in the chat bleachers, our Pro Final is here. They are under the arch, and we'll decide who gets to be the last pro racer standing to get that $1,000 Larice Motorsports insurance bonus. And then that racer will get to come back and join in with the rest of the field as we are whittling that down to crown our final winner here at the Spring Fling Million. Again, thanks to Jegs, thanks to Hoosier for their sponsorship of the live feed, so that those who could not be here or those that are already on their way home and are listening in as they are driving back wherever it is that they are from, whether it be from Canada, Mexico, or anywhere else in the United States, we get to at least listen in to see how this whole event wraps up. So we've got Braden Harrow coming in out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Speaking of a little international matchup, the Canadian rolling in on the right side, and Donnie Hagar coming in out of Clark Lake, Michigan. 634, the dial for the S10 pickup truck over on the left side. Double O Donnie, as they call him. Braden Harrow over on the right side. Head start will go to the pickup truck, and Harrow will turn the Oldsmobile loose to try and run him down before they get 660 feet down the racetrack. Harrow is in and set. Donnie Hagar is in there. Tree drops. Green, green. Away we go. 24 thousandths of a second. Separate them in reaction time. Donnie drops the nose hard at the finish line to be 2 above and get the win light. Turn Braden loose. Fed him 2 thou at the stripe. Braden was 6:05 on a 6:06. 28 on the tree and under by 5 thousandths. Donnie Hagar is your last pro standing. Gets that $1,000 Larice Motorsports insurance bonus. He is 004, and you could see the nose of that truck drop big time as he goes 636 on a 634. So as we get into what will be round number 7, we'll go ahead and take our Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door cars. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes. So we got 7 Super Pro cars that are left. 7 left in Super Pro. So with 7 left, you're going to be on a ladder. We're going to go ahead and get our Super Pro door cars and Super Pro dragsters that remain. Super Pro door cars, Super Pro dragsters, for those of you that remain. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door cars, Super Pro dragster. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door car, Super Pro dragster. There are 7 of you left. Let's get you making your way up this direction, please. You are on a ladder. The ladder looks like this. It's going to be Cerruti with lane choice over Sanchez. Henderson with lane choice over Contreras. Hergemuller with lane choice over Wirtz. And Cooper Chun will get the bye at 7. Now remember, we do have our pro driver, Mr. Hagar, that is going to be joining in once we get through that. So basically, we'll bring 4 winners back from the Super Pro side. We'll drop our pro winner in to make it 5. Coming back in round number 8. So we've got Cooper Chun on the solo. Cerruti with lane choice over Sanchez. Henderson with lane choice over Contreras. Hergemuller with lane choice over Wirtz. Now we got folks watching from all over. We've had folks that have been watching in from Australia. We've had folks from Denmark. We've had folks from, I think, with Germany check in at some point here this week. We've got the UK that's watching along live now. Matter of fact, I know that yesterday morning we had some folks from the UK that, or at least the one guy said that he drove his car home like he stole it so that he was there in time to watch the beginning of the race. Which is kind of the nice thing when you're, living across the ocean. You can come in and get that part done. So Donnie Hagar, yeah, he's your winner. He gets a $1,000 bonus from Larice Motorsports Insurance for being the last pro standing. And he gets to come back in the round of 5 for a chance at another $30,000. So we've got 1,100 people watching on Sunday. We still only got 432 likes. We need more than that. So you can hit the like button. Make sure that we push that way back up. I'm just saying don't make me turn Riggins loose on you. Even though he's not here, he's still listening. He's still watching. He's always watching. He will chime in and get you to push those likes up. And because it's Sunday, he's in preacher mode. And if he's in preacher mode, he'll definitely get in here and give you one of those inspirational speeches. An inspirational moment from Steve Riggins that will have you unable to do anything but press the like button. He'll have you so motivated We just need to keep hitting that like button. Again, if you're watching on your phone, just kind of pull the chat window down a little bit. You'll see the like button there. If you are, watching on TV, you got to grab that there. What do we got, folks that are checking in from, well, they said corn country, so they must be in Iowa. That's my assumption, Iowa. We got Bellingham, Massachusetts. We got Stephen watching from the UK. Over in the United Kingdom, across the pond, Albuquerque, New Mexico's checking in. 1,100 people. We still got to be from all over the place. We still got to be from all over the place. See, Riggins is jumping in there. Angie, so here's my question, Angie. You asked a question of me. I'm going to start saying, have you hit the like button yet? Nebraska's checking in. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Socket, Montana. Eloy, Arizona. All right, so it is also that point in time where his racers are kind of buttoning up and headed out. They do pop in here from time to time, and that is where we may pause for a minute while we say goodbye, and not really goodbye, right? It's more like see you next time. We'll see you at the next event. We'll see you when you get back. So that's kind of what we got going on here. Well, we got a little Niles, Ohio checking in. Winnemucca, Nevada. Very cool. Mildstad, Illinois. Jerry, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that one, in Washington. Crabbing on the Oregon coast while watching the race. That's cool. Ferntucky, I'm assuming you mean Fernley, Nevada. Amarillo, Texas. Got the folks in Cerruti country. I like that barn. The Ohio area. Middleburg, Florida. That's cool. Ravenna. Is that Wadena? Minnesota checking in, part of the Minnesota Mafia. Rockford, Illinois. Home of Byron Dragway. So let's see here. Hold on. So I did go back, and I know Angie had asked the question. So legit, in order to be eligible to ask a question, you must have subscribed and liked the channel. So subscribe to the channel and like the feed. At that point, you will be eligible. Spokane, Washington. That's probably one of the only towns in Washington that I can pronounce, because the rest of them are really crazy names. But Nick listening in on the I-5. So you guys have already made it all the way over there past Bakersfield and all that kind of stuff, kind of cruising up north. Lago Vista, maybe it's Lago Vista. Pueblo, West Colorado with Kyle. Mike Pliska, gotcha, man. Listening in from Happy Valley, Oregon. It's Happy Valley. Boise, Idaho. Yeah. So while we get our Super Pro cars lined up back there, and we get Brian checking in from Bangor, Pennsylvania. Is it Bangor? Bangor? I don't know. Okay, Justin, that's when I can say, I think I can say Puyallup. Quilcene. Thanks, Jerry. Milton, Vermont, with Nick checking in there. But again, while we're doing that, I know we have seen a lot of compliments on the coverage this year, and I, too, would like to say to Warren, to Les, to Josh, the whole team that have been helping out, the camera coverage, the angles, the views, the ability to catch all the action, the mobile camera back in the staging lanes, all of that kind of stuff has been second to none. The production quality here with Warren sitting behind his little, I don't know, you can call it almost like a control center. It's like the war room that he's got going on down there. But he's got that. Les has been tucked way up in the corner of the grandstands, just kind of hanging out down there doing the camera stuff. Josh, of course, Ticklefit's running around with a mobile cam. It's been a really, really nice production, and congratulations on a job well done. I believe that a lot of folks are definitely enjoying the production value, enjoying what it's got there. Again, you can see the experience at any time. Subscribe to the channel right up there on the screen. Make sure that you've hit the subscribe button. We're pushing 490 likes. But Angie, to answer your question, Angie, to answer your question from earlier, yes, Cooper is still in and is on the solo shot. So he's going to get the buy run at 7. He'll be coming back with 4 Super Pro cars remaining and 1 Pro car, so our next ladder will be 5. But yeah, Warren, you guys did a fantastic job. You, Les, Josh, it was really good. It was really good. So we got, let's see, going back. Where did we leave off? We had Milton, Vermont. I'm guessing that's Enola, Pennsylvania, with the Littles, Station, Tennessee. Ah, there you are. Bean Station. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but a friend of ours that's here in town watching Carter this week while we're out here, her sister-in-law just moved to Bean Station. She actually asked, she goes, oh, yeah, they're moving to this little town, Tennessee. I don't know if you ever heard of it. She said Bean Station. I said, oh, yeah, I've heard of that. So, Sarah, you guys have got some new neighbors out there from Cali. So that's going to be cool. Andover, Minnesota. Nick, is that like Cle Ulam? I don't know, some other weird name in Washington. Mission, British Columbia. Got that going. Now we're at 500. There we go. Way to go. And then where were we? We were in Wellingborough in the UK. I like that. Yeah. We have definitely watched some of the Sanapod races from time to time. Over here when they're being fed. Jared, that is very much appreciated, man. Very much appreciated. I appreciate that, Big Jed, who's now gone to, like, not so Big Jed. I certainly hope you and the entire family are doing well. Jenny Moe, the whole gang, JJ. Just miss you guys. Wish we had a chance to interact a little bit more frequently, but we all know that life gets in the way. But appreciate that. I will definitely pass along the compliments to Warren and his crew. You're absolutely right. Steve, Ronnie K, they They were fantastic this weekend, and appreciate that. I look forward to sharing a mic with you again soon. I think I might talk to Pete and see if maybe we can work out something for that. Well, we got a 15th anniversary of the Fling coming up. I think that would be a good time to have a little announcer reunion. We'll see if maybe that works out. I don't know. Hopefully it can. Hopefully it can. All right, we are back to racing. We're back to the important stuff that's happening here at this event. And that important stuff is going to start things off on our ladder of 7 Super Pro cars. Donnie Hagar has already punched his ticket into the round of 5. We will see who gets to join him in the round of 5. Hergemuller and Tim Wirtz. We got dragster versus door car, dragster versus dragster, and then a little dragster on dragster crime, and then we'll get Cooper Chun to roll up here and take his solo shot. Tim Wirtz with a 516 dial over on the right side, and Kyler Hergemuller with a 460 dial over on the left. Little Idaho versus Colorado, trying to get into the round of 5 for $30,000 worth of FTI money here today. Advantage goes to Hergemuller. Win light's going to go to Tim Wirtz. Kyler was 16 green and 2 above to come up 5 thousandths of a second behind at the stripe. Tim Wirtz, 27 green and dead on 6 to get the win light out of the right side. So with Wirtz getting the win light over Hergemuller, we now have 2 of the 5 that have been selected as now Bob Cerruti and Alonso Sanchez. Sanchez on the left side, the dragster, dialed in at 483. So in our dragster door car matchup, the dragster got one, or excuse me, the door cars got one. We'll see if the door cars can get 2, or if Team Mexico and Alonso Sanchez will end up in the back having more discussions about how to split up the money. 005 red for Bob Cerruti. Alonso Sanchez, 483 on a 483, was 38 green and dead on 3 as Cerruti turns it red and then goes dead on as well. Red and dead on for Cerruti. 005 red, dead 9 on that 636. But Sanchez gets the win light and becomes name number 3 going into round number 5. Down to our final pair. We know Cooper Chun gets to be named number 4. So 1 spot remains. Just 1. Tony Henderson and Nicholas Contreras are the 2 that are going to try to decide who gets the spot. $4.99 the dial for Tony, $4.60 the dial for Contreras. 001 red light start for Tony Henderson. Bails out of the throttle to go 528 on a $4.99 dial. Contreras was 80 green. Again, you talk about those rounds that you win, those rounds that you survive. Contreras survives that one. So it is going to be a round of 5 that will include Donnie Hagar, Cooper Chun, who's lining up for his solo shot, Alonso Sanchez, Nick Contreras, and Tim Wirtz. Those will be our 5 that are coming back. So Cooper on a solo. Coming in out of the Vancouver, Washington area. 504 is the dial. 005 is the reaction time. And 503 will go up on the top side of the scoreboard. So we got Donnie Hager, Cooper Chun, Alonso Sanchez, Nick Contreras, and Tim Wirtz are our 5 that will be returning. for what'll be round number 8 here on an FTI Performance.com $30,000 Saturday. Again, thank you to Jags and Hoosier for helping us out with the live feed and keeping Warren and his team live on the air so that those folks that had to already make their way off property and head home, and those folks that couldn't quite get to Vegas, have been able to be part of the Fling family. That's something that, Emily has brought into the mix. It's a Fling family. If you come and race with a Fling, come and race at a Fling, come and visit us at the Fling. Come and stay with us at the Fling. You're part of the family. Doesn't matter if you're behind the wheel of the race car, if you're back in the back filling up tires, you're putting gas in it, you're cooking, or maybe you're just hanging out giving moral support. You're part of the family. And that's what matters. That's what matters. Thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate that. Again, with those that were here. I know Mike Eames, I don't know if he's listening in this morning, but I can guarantee you his heart was here. This is where he wanted to be. He has enjoyed and adored the opportunities that he's had to be announcing, and he was pretty tore up about the fact that he couldn't be here over the past several days, but to have Steve Riggins come in, make his first trip to Vegas. It's always fun when you see the first-timers that run in here and start showing them, what this place is all about. It's very, very different living out here without all of the trees, because when you first either fly into the valley or come in over, whether you're coming in off of the 15, off the 95, and you kind of make that break through the mountains into the valley, and you just see this massive expanse of lights. Especially, if you're going to roll into Vegas for the first time, I don't care if you're like 10 miles up the road. If the sun is still up, just sit there. Do not come to Vegas until the sun is down, it's dark, and all the lights are on, because at that point, you'll roll over the hill and it just, boom, this magical lake of lights shows up, and it's pretty cool. But, yeah, just to kind of get a little bit of the input from some of those folks as far as when they get to roll in here and see it for the first time. It's home. I'm happy that it's home. I'm glad to be from here, and I'm glad that I get to go see other people's areas of the world, because they're all impressive as well. So watching in there from Tennessee, coming in from Oregon, cheering on the Division 6 friends. We like that, Woodburn Racer. You're absolutely right, Phil. And while it is quiet, I'm going to say this. We've got our Team RFC representatives that are standing down here under the arch. I want to give them a shout out and say thank you to them for the long days that they've spent with us out here. I know that our start line crew, whether it was John Stoverman or Weston, Coop that's out there, the guys from here in Vegas, they've all worked very, very hard to try and give the racers the best track available to them here, and I think they've done a pretty darn good job of that. And so we'll definitely pass along the congratulations from those of you in the chat bleachers that were given that there. Phil, thank you. The word will be passed along to Weston. Did not know that Weston carried the nickname of Brotato Chips. Now I do. He's going to wish that I hadn't. But that's pretty cool. Again, they're just doing a little paperwork up here in the tower. And while they're doing the paperwork up here in the tower for us to get that round of 5 all situated, can't believe that what started on Tuesday with time runs comes down to 3 rounds of racing left. Swear jar total that we were able to give to our folks at Team RFC. Well, at least what I saw in the envelope. I don't know if anybody's dropped anything on the table today, but we got them like over $800. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. $800, because even as we thought about it, like, hey, who can we help a racer? Who can we help? How can we do this? We always remember that RFC, that's what they do all day, every day. right? They're out there helping the racers, and we look at it and go, look, here's $800. You guys know way better, and gals, what to do with this than we would. So we might as well hand it over to them and let the experts handle that part of it. So that's what we did there. That's what we did there. Thank you, Tommy. Appreciate that. Again, I will pass the word along. We're at 526 likes. And it's going to be a pretty good deal. We got the tractors out there. Again, once we have that ladder generated, we will get rolling again. We'll get those folks called into the staging lanes, and we'll go from there. But in the meantime, you guys know that events like this don't happen without great partnerships. Peter and Kyle started off putting the great partnerships in place early on. You know, we got the opportunity to talk to Jeff Anderson out there with Mosier Engineering yesterday morning before we started the Million. And when the opportunity for that title sponsor spot opened up for this event, they jumped on it. They wanted to be part of this thing, and he talked yesterday about what it meant to them to be able to turn around and support the bracket racing community, because they are all about bracket racing. I mean, anybody that knows the folks over there at Mosier and what they call Mosier City, they are all about this. And when they had the opportunity to jump in, they did. We appreciate that. They've signed a multi-year deal and will be on board with us for quite some time. Of course, Optima batteries. I don't know how many times I've been here that something has not been presented by Optima batteries. I'll give you a clue. It's like almost nothing. Those guys got that word of mouth back in 2016 about what this event was all about. They reached out, wanted to be part of it, so we thank them. Of course, Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC, Shane's companies, that when it comes down to what's happening here on the West Coast, they're big into supporting the racers. Larice Motorsports Insurance did the pro category. We're the day sponsor on Thursday. We just really appreciate that. And the list is so deep, and the best part about it is kind of like what you talk about. Even the racers are part of the Fling family. Our partners are a huge part of the Fling family. So thank you to Advanced Product Design for the carburetor we were to give away. American and Racecraft, the dragsters, Rigiels. Thank you so much to our folks at Autometer, Ultronics, Mazier, Computech, Kid Performance and Dyno. The list just goes on and on and on. We couldn't do it without them. We are working our way through the ladder. As soon as that is ready to go, we'll be rolling in. Here it is. So with 5 left, somebody gets a bye run. It's going to be Hager with lane choice over Contreras, Chun with lane choice over Sanchez, and that puts Tim Wirtz on the bye. Fun facts.
Hager and Chun were both 00, but they had buys. He got the buy with a 27.
Oh. So, yeah, Hager and Wirtz were both 00. 00 Donnie was 00. Imagine that. Imagine that. So Hager and Chun were both 00, but they have both already had buys, which meant that Tim Wirtz got it done with his 27 lane. You know what? I'm sorry. If I'm the third alternate and I still get the bye, I'll take it. And I don't know much. So Tim Wirtz on the bye, Hager, Contreras. Hager gets lane choice. Chun versus Sanchez. Chun gets lane choice. I believe we're just about ready. When you racers do come up, like we said, we kind of change things up as we get towards the end of the day. Just bring them all the way up behind the tower. Ron has relocated. We'll get everybody paired up back behind the tower. So go ahead and bring them up behind the tower. Again, this type stuff doesn't happen without our sponsors. As we start getting our 5 back into the staging lanes, want to say thank you. Yesterday's $10,000 Calcutta, brought to you by the folks at Kid Performance and Dyno.
Kid Performance and Dyno have been serving the Northwest since 1974, specializing in personalized machine work and engine building. Family-owned and operated, Kid Performance prides itself with one-on-one customer service and promises to give you a great value for your money. ATI is family-owned, has a staff of 70 people who work out of 100,000 square feet with 32 CNC machines. And we do it all in Baltimore, Maryland. Whatever you need, ATI can help. Check out ATIRacing.com or give us a call at 800-ATI-3433. Performance is our passion, and we can make our passion your performance. When it is time to purchase a weather station, turn to the industry leader, Computech Systems. Computech has been providing racers with the best in weather monitoring and ET prediction for over 30 years. Just ask any of our customers, including past world champions David Rampey, Justin Lamb, Luke Bogacki, and Jimmy DeFrank. From their handheld weather station, the Race Air Pro, to the new Race Air cloud trailer mounted system with wind, paging, and texting, Computech has what you're looking for. For more information, check out Computech.com and let Computech put you on the fast track to the winner's circle. Call 301-884-5712 to order risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Jegs has been a part of Peter and Kyle's Fling events from the start because they know what racers are looking for in a big buck bracket race. Get the performance you're looking for at a price you won't believe from Jegs High Performance. Free shipping makes it easy. Dial 1-800-345-4545 or click on jegs.com. Premier Moving is a highly reputable moving company based in Northern Virginia. Owner-operator Raider Campbell has been providing white glove moving services for over 20 years and is now a proud sponsor of the Fling Fun Zone at select Fling events. Let Premier Moving take the stress out of your next big move. Are you tired of missing your dial-in? Do you want to tighten up your race day packages? Crew Chief Pro can help. The leader in drag racing software, Crew Chief Pro offers the latest in ET prediction software to help you get dialed in. Visit crewchiefpro.com or see us at the races. Help keep your race car in place when traveling by using Page Pro Products wheel chocks. Visit pageproproducts.com for dragster, junior dragster, or golf cart wheel chocks.
All right, so we've called our 5 remaining cars to the back of the tower. Again, it'll be Tim Wirtz on the bye, Hager with lane choice over Contreras, Chun with lane choice over Sanchez. And while they make their way back there, I want to, again, send a big shout-out to each of our winners here this weekend. We're talking about kind of our last pro cars standing. Again, Carissa Windley on Wednesday was the final pro car standing. You had Mark Fall on Thursday, Charlie Lockhart yesterday during the million, and then Donnie Hagar today was our last pro standing. So congratulations to each and every one of them. Our 30K winners already, at least so far. You had Sean Schaefer and Chris Whitfield, who have already gone home with big 30K wins. And then, of course, last night we watched Luke Bogacki make spring fling history by becoming the first to double up. We've been running it 9 years and was able to kind of, I don't know if you'd say defend the list. It didn't grow to 9 names. It stayed at 8 names, and one of them just ended up being doubled on the list. So Luke picking up that big win last night, that $325,000 win on that Silver State Refrigeration $1 million Saturday. Of course, Sean was our winner on the Silver State $30,000 Wednesday. Chris won Larice Motorsports Insurance on Thursday. Jeff Serra grabbing $50,000 yesterday morning during the Brodix 50K or run for the 50K. Was able to put up that perfect dead zero on that 461 number. And then Dylan Howe, who was able to roll down here before he headed down to Phoenix and win the dragster shootout. So we've had a lot of folks that have picked up a lot of great money, a lot of great prizes. Of course, we've had all of our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro treasure chest that was handed out. We've had our APD carburetor, the bounty that was given away, the drawing for the weather stations, all of that good stuff. And basically on that list of winners, between our pro winners, our run for the 50K, our dragster shootout, we've got one last spot that needs to get filled in, and that's the winner of the FTIperformance.com 30K Thursday. Those 5 are headed into the staging lanes. I am going to go ahead and have Warren put us on mute here for a moment. He'll give me the thumbs up. They are back there. We're not going to be on mute for very long, so just be ready. We'll be back soon. All right, so where we are at, we've got our 5 back behind the tower and kind of looking at some of those additional comments in the chat bleachers. Cindy, definitely, there have been many, many folks that have won multiple Fling events. What I was talking about is Luke was the first one to win multiple Spring Fling million main event days. Again, there were, 8 drivers up to that point last night. Jeff Erdy being the very first to win a Fling. Luke Bagacki won the second Fling. Randall Reed did it in 2018. Peeps Pennington had it in 2019. Then you had Scotty Richardson in 2020. We were out Bristol. Bo Butner when we were back here in 21. Kevin Brandon, the Rabbit, in 22. And Andy Schmall got it last year. But Luke Bagacki was the first one to win multiple main event millions. There are a lot of folks that are actually, trying to chase down and be a 5-time Fling winner. When you're talking about the 30s or the 20s or the 100s or the 50s. But for that $1 million event, that's kind of what I was referring to in that one. So we've got our 5 that are here. And it looks like we'll get things started off with the Hager and Contreras matchup. Then we'll get into Chun and Sanchez. And then Tim Wirtz will line up to take his trip down the racetrack. So far, in the 2024 Spring Fling Million, let's just say the dragsters have done enough damage that the door cars have felt underrepresented in final rounds. And by underrepresented, I mean they've had like 0 appearances in final rounds, other than the pro finals. So Donnie Hager and Tim Wirtz are our last 2 door cars that have a chance. And they've got 3 pretty good dragsters that they've got to get taken care of. We know we will have a door car in the semifinal. The question is, will we have 2 door cars in the semifinal? Nick Contreras over on the right side, dialed 459. Donnie Hagar, the truck on the left side, dialed 634. Down goes the tree, 10,000ths of a second separate him in reaction time. 00 Donnie does it again. 002 drops the nose hard to take a 10,000 stripe and goes 635 on a 634. 00 Donnie rolls through with a 002. Nick Contreras was 12 green, 1 above, 460 on a 469. But Donnie Hagar means we'll have 2 door cars in the final, or in the semifinals. That's going to bring up Alonso Sanchez. And Cooper Chun. Sanchez coming out of Mexico, Cooper coming out of Washington. You really can't get much more north versus south than that. Cooper dialed in 503. Alonso dialed in 483. And I got to tell you something. If we get Alonso into the semis, we got to get... Oh! Ay, ay, ay! No es bueno. 002 Rojos for Alonso Sanchez. Oy. Ay, no es bueno. 002 Rojos. And then goes dead on 8. I don't know the rest of it. That's what I picked up from Emmanuel. Oh. Emmanuel was down there live streaming it. Cooper Chun is moving on. So let's see here. Hagar has had a bye. Chun has had a bye. Hagar has got a 002 in his pocket. Tim Wirtz, the way I'm looking at it, needs to cut a light. He's red. Red by 20. So it's going to be Cooper Chun, Donnie Hagar, and Tim Wirtz coming back at 3. And wow, that makes me feel special. With all 3 of them having already had a bye, Donnie Hagar with that 002 reaction time coming out of the pro field is going to be on the bye into the final. So Donnie gets the bye. Cooper and Tim are going to have to fight it out. So it'll be Chun and Wirtz and then Hagar. Ooh, it's getting good. All right, it's been really good. But I'm just saying. Ha. I like it. Thanks, Wes. Appreciate that, man. We've got still a little bit left to go, and as we're going to be getting back with our semifinals in a little while. Again, Donnie Hagar. Those two headed back down the return road right now are going to be fighting it out for a chance to come back and take on the pickup truck. Wow. Just wow. Ooh. So for the 1,100 folks that are still watching online, if you haven't hit the like button yet, hit the like button. And I will say that will be the last time for you guys that I will say that. I know we've kind of been hammering that into you. Hopefully we've established a little bit of a like habit, like set good habits. You get those good habits, and if good habits are you come into the stream and immediately like it, that's the way to go. Whether you're watching with us here, whether you're watching with like Motor Mania TV, and that crew, they put on a spectacular show with whatever event they're covering. But wherever it is, if you get into that stream, hit that like button, get those likes up, let people know what this is all about, and then let YouTube algorithms do what YouTube algorithms do and start pushing this stuff out in front of a bunch more people, because our sport is a really, really cool sport. It's kind of like that. Our house is a very, very, very fine house. Hey, listen up, racers. We seem to have misplaced a wallet. We're not sure where it may have been misplaced. We've got some folks looking for it, but, not sure if it got dropped somewhere on a set of stairs, if it fell out of a pocket somewhere. Let me make sure I'm not sitting on it. So if somebody happens to stumble across a stray wallet, I mean, at this point, we're really hoping that maybe it got buried down in a couch or fell into a toolbox or something in a trailer and it turns up a little bit later. But listen, if somebody comes across a wallet and, that's the cool thing about racers is we're all behind each other and we're going to make sure that we get everything taken care of. But we have a misplaced wallet, and if we can relocate that wallet, we'll be happy to get it back to its owner. I got a feeling if you open it up and, you find it and you pull out the ID, you'll see whose it is. So let's help Ronnie out, man. Ronnie is, I can only imagine what I would feel like if somehow I had misplaced mine. So we want to make sure that we help out Ronnie. If you find it, let's get it out there. But yeah, Barn, exactly what you said, right? Those folks that are out here helping us by putting on these live streams, YouTube's got, I don't understand enough about it. Everybody's, oh, but you're an IT guy. It doesn't mean I understand that part of it, right? Doesn't mean I understand that part of it. But I do know that in the world of social media, it's likes, it's subscriptions, it's all of that kind of stuff that changes up the algorithm as far as how YouTube presents stuff to people. And, if they've got, I'm pretty sure that it works very similar to the fact that, if somebody's shown an interest in other forms of racing or has shown an interest in this or in that, that as soon as they see a channel that's got a lot of subscriptions or a stream that's got a lot of likes, they'll put that up as a suggestion. So go ahead and like that. That'll be the last time I hit on that one. Hey, we got a racer in need. Cooper Chun needs 2 gallons of 114. Cooper Chun needs 2 gallons of 114. So if you have got 2 gallons out there, we've got a racer that really needs it, like as soon as possible. If you haven't yet pulled out of the gate and can crack into your trailer and grab a couple of gallons of 114, Cooper Chun needs it. Let's do that. Please. Please. And again, just kind of, I know I said it was the last time I talk about it, but again, when that suggestion is made, it helps with, the advertising dollars. It helps put the, it just helps keep the streamers alive. And we want all that we can get because it's going to be a few minutes. Cooper, Ronnie says he's got 112 if that'll work. I know you're looking for 114, but Ronnie says he's got that if that'll help out. So we'll see. We'll see. But again, we've been dealing with that all weekend long. When we say racer in need, the family comes together, and boom, we got our friends and our opponents down the racetrack. Because everybody loves the win light. Everybody loves the win light. But it feels so much better when the win light comes on with somebody in the other lane. Because that's where you actually get kind of that real win. It's one thing to just go down there and go, yay, it was me. But when you get somebody in the other lane and you've put your best up against their best, and the win light comes on for you, it just feels better. It just feels better. And we've seen this story play out a couple of times, huh? The racer that rolls in out of pro, ending up in a finals. Donnie, again, you had Wirtz, you had Chun, both leaving off the top, and then Donnie coming in here was the best reaction time of the bunch with that 002. We're going to do that, yeah. I guarantee you there's plenty of folks out there right now digging in, looking for the fuel that Cooper needs because, yeah, you don't want to see something like this, especially not something like that. All right, so we're going to give them some time. They'll get some things figured out. We'll get them called back into the staging lanes. I'm going to have Warren go ahead and mute us again. And for those of you that are watching along at home, now would be a great time if you want to get up and what's the word? The word we use in the corporate environment. If you need to go take a bio break, now would be the time to do that. Grab some lunch, grab a snack, and settle in for the semifinals. All right, so racers, let's go ahead and get our semifinalists. Semifinalists headed back into the staging lanes, please. Good news, Cooper is good on fuel. The family comes together. Cooper's good on fuel. Semifinalists. Let's get you headed back to the lanes, please.
So there's kind of three major chunks that go into how I would try and predict my ET, and that would be the traditional math and formula that you use for your weather. Secondly is, has there been any big swing in the quality of moisture in the air, or the vapor pressures, or water grains, however you want to look at it. And then lastly is, do I think I'll say track, but I'll just say 60 foot. I'll narrow it down even a little bit simpler for me, and I'll say, is it going to be the same, better, or worse?
One of the things that I think is very important is the distance between your pre-stage and your stage. And it's 7 to 8 inches. And I think that's important because you don't want to spend all your energy once you pre-stage to stage, as in bumping in so small that it takes you 30 bumps to get in. So it's really important to, I call it pre-stage deep. And so you only got 2 or 3 little bumps, so you're not spending so much time and energy on just turning the stage globe on, because you want to do it consistently, but do it with as little energy as possible.
What's the best part about the Strange Engineering Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries? What's the best part about this event?
This is my first time ever racing the Fling. Some of the toughest competition you're going to run up against. Guaranteed to make you a better bracket racer.
Just the way the races ran, I mean, everything is phenomenal. He's second to none to no promoter out there. I mean, he puts on a really good race. I mean, there's other good promoters, but he goes above and beyond for the racers.
Always at awesome tracks, always a great event. It's racer friendly, everything about it is racer friendly. I mean, they had donuts this morning at the end of staging lanes. Where do you get that at any race,
What's your favorite part about coming to the racetrack?
Watching my daddy race.
The Fling events are a nice event and it pays good money. That's what it's all about. The team definitely does a great job with promoting and everything. It's amazing what they do.
All the people that come out here and support it, the fans, great time, great week ahead.
Being here with your buddies, having a good time, and hopefully turn on a few win lights. All the prizes, everything guaranteed. Just a good time to be here.
What do you like about coming to the racetrack?
I like playing with race cars.
You like playing with race cars out here? Is that what Dad does too?
Well, he usually races.
The whole week, just staying the whole week. It's kind of like a vacation. I feel like they run the whole thing real organized, and it's a good race overall.
The best. He cares about the racers. He definitely puts a lot into it. Probably since when this one will be finished, he'll be making plans for the next one to come up.
Seeing everybody from all over the country come and run, and just running against some of the top dogs in the sport, the way it's ran and set up. Pete's done a good job putting this stuff together, so I think it just really attracts everybody to come, and of course it don't hurt when you're running for 50 grand either.
What would you say is the best thing about these Fling races? Peter Biondo. What makes the Peter Biondo so great?
He's one of the world's best bracket racers.
And does he put on some pretty awesome events?
Yes, he's probably some of the best drag racing promoters ever.
All right, so our semifinals have made their way up under the arch. We got Dorcar versus Dragster. We got Dorcar on the bye run. Again, the Dorcars had been shut out in final rounds, hadn't even made an appearance there. Today, we're guaranteed to have at least one. Donnie Hagar sitting down here getting ready to make his solo shot. Cooper Chun and Tim Wirtz, a couple of racers that have faced each other a myriad of times, are going to be the two that will battle it out. Will it be an all-door car final on the final day, or will the Dragster slide its way into that spot against Donnie? Idaho and Washington going to go side by side here in the semifinals. Cooper Chun found the fuel that he needed. Again, the family comes through to keep Cooper going down the racetrack. Cooper has got a 505 dial up on his side of the scoreboard. Tim Wirtz has got a 517 on his side of the scoreboard. Tim, who is typically in the right lane. Cooper is typically in the right lane. Tim gets bumped over to the left lane this time. And we'll see how this works out. Tim Wirtz going to be the first one into the pre-stage bulbs. Cooper Chun right there with him. And we'll see who goes in first. Tim's in. Cooper's in. Advantage to Cooper Chun as he makes his way down the track, and Cooper is headed to the final. 009. Tim Wirtz was 026. Wirtz ends up 2 above. Cooper Chun is 2 above. And by 0.02 of a second, Cooper Chun will be back to race for the 30K. Again, Tim 26 and 25 thou above to come up 20 thou short against Cooper Chun. Cooper 009 and 507 will be back to take on Donnie Hagar out of Michigan. Donnie out of Clark Lake. 669 is the dial, and Donnie is 006. So 00 Donnie does it again. He was 002 last time, 006 this time. Cooper was 009, so Donnie should have lane choice rolling into the final, but Donnie seems to like the left. Cooper seems to like the right. I don't know if there'll be much conversation about that part of it, but we'll see. So for the 2024 Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries, we have one round, one pair, one race left to go. And then we will crown our FTIperformance.com $30,000 winner. Again, we'll join up with our winners so far. Sean Schaefer on that Silver State Refrigeration $30,000 Wednesday. Chris Whitfield on the Reese Motorsports Insurance $30,000 Thursday. Luke Bagacki, our big winner on Silver State $1 million Saturday. And it will either be Donnie Hagar or Cooper Chun who will add their name to the list as the $30,000 winner on Sunday. We'll let them make their way back into the pits, get them cooled, get them fueled, and they'll head back this direction. So I wanted to put a little extra emphasis on get them fueled for Cooper Chun. Just because we can. Just because we can. You know. Hopefully he didn't burn more than 2 gallons. I'm sure they've got him hooked up with all that he needs. All that he needs. That's that whole thing that we say here in Vegas at a poker table. If I've got a chip and a chair, I got a chance. If I got a chip and a chair, I got a chance. So Donnie's got a chip and a chair. Cooper's got a chip and a chair. Everybody else has been only went all in, and their banks have been depleted. All right. So good news is we found the wallet. So that's a good thing. We found the wallet. We're going to be good to go there. Nice. Okay. So as we are waiting for Donnie Hagar and Cooper Chun to get him back and get him taken care of, a lot of the videos that you've been seeing that have been displayed in between rounds that we've been showing online, if you're not currently watching, let's say you're just kind of hanging out here at the facility, those of you that are currently watching online, well, you can hear me. You're watching. You already know. If you are not watching online yet, now would be a great time to grab out your phone or something like that, get on, watch the live feed, because we have got a little bit of the sights and sounds of the weekend. Austin Smith and the folks at Bear Boot Productions have been here and are putting together those videos, and, you know, they've done okay. I'll tell you what, they've done better than okay. These things have been tremendous, and we certainly appreciate all of that extra added insight, the behind-the-scenes look, all of that stuff that we've enjoyed. And this is the type of content that if you've not yet subscribed to the YouTube channel, that as you get in, no, I'm just saying, this is the type of content that if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, when this stuff gets posted, you'll get a notification of that. But we're going to go ahead and see that right now. Again, the sights and sounds of the Fling, brought to you by the folks at Bear Boot Productions.
Southern Indiana versus local, North Las Vegas. Brings them out from all across the country. All the stops, all the talk stops, and the wind lights talk.
Great. We're not done. That's how we're not done.
It is definitely awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make a whole lot of noise for your Silver State Refrigeration 30K winner. You had to do it, didn't you?
What? Take us off?
To get up to over 5,000 subscribers.
We're on the track. See? Wow. Go fast!
Hey, Jeff just got loose in this lane. Be careful.
Faster! 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 Faster!
I got to admit, that was pretty cool. That was really cool. Just to be able to kind of see what was happening when you weren't on the racetrack, whether you're back in the pit area, walking away, whatever the case may be. There's just kind of a good feeling that goes with watching what happens and being part of the, again, it's one thing to race it. It's another thing to experience it. Hey, finalists, the time has come. Let's go ahead and get you headed this direction, please, for the final pair, the final round, the final day of the Fling in 2024. We've got Donnie Hagar coming back. We've got Cooper Chun coming back. Dragster versus Dorcar, the last name to join up with our list of winners, including Sean Schaefer, Chris Whitfield, Luke Bagacki. And that name will either be Donnie or Cooper. So let's go ahead and get you headed back here behind the tower, please, for the final time in Vegas in 2024. Don't forget, racers, we've still got several great events coming up as part of the Fling. We're going to be headed down to Galat here in a couple of weeks. Then we'll be in Bristol twice later on in the year. So if you did not get a chance to get out here and race with us in Vegas, hopefully Galat aligns with your schedule. Hopefully one or both of the Bristols will align with your schedule, and hopefully that 15-year anniversary Bristol race would align with your schedule. Just saying. Just saying. That 15th anniversary Fall Fling 500K, September 24th through the 28th. Hopefully you can be there for that one. That one will be really, really good. Like, really, really good. So you're going to want to make sure that you make at least one of these flings. For those of you, we still got 1,200 folks watching online to see who will be the last champion crowned at the Fling. So I think this is the point in time where before we get into our final round, it's my turn to say thank you. We've said thank you on behalf of Peter and Emily and everybody here that's wearing a Fling shirt. You know, we all know that they put a lot of work into making these events happen. They work with each of the sponsors. They get everything situated. They get everything put together so that when we roll into a facility and start a race, all of it is already aligned and ready to go. I did see a comment earlier in the chat bleachers talking about how this is the most professional, well-run bracket race that they have ever seen. I agree. The Fling races are second to none. We talked about the fact that Peter and Kyle got together. They didn't come up with some sort of a groundbreaking race format. They came up with a groundbreaking way to run that race. They came up with a groundbreaking way to give the racers an experience that they will never forget. And everything they do is all about the racer. It's all about what will make the racer happy, what's going to add to the experience. That's what it's all about. So it is definitely with a little bit of a heavy heart that we are getting into our final pair, because these days are some of my favorite, to be able to watch some of the best go head-to-head, put up some amazing laps. I mean, heck, we got to watch one of the best go perfect to pick Pete's pocket for $50K this year here in Vegas. And that's awesome. That's the kind of stuff that people remember. That's the kind of stuff that they go, yeah, you remember when Sarah was trip zip dead zero and it netted him $50,000 worth of Brodix money? That's the stuff Peter's going to remember that. Peter remembers when Witherow did it to him in Bristol. He'll definitely remember when Sarah did it to him here in Vegas. But I'm just saying that those are the types of things that when they got together and they said, how do we take a bracket race and elevate it to an experience, they did it. They did it. And It's my honor to be a part of it. I am very grateful each and every time the phone rings and Peter says, "Hey, would you like to come out?" It's an immediate yes, as long as the schedule allows, because I love being out here with all of you, and I say thank you. Thank you to all of the racers that came through the gate. Thank you to everybody for putting on a spectacular show, as you always do. You know, we can come in here, and I appreciate the comments in the chat bleachers, but we can come in here and talk about it all we want. If it weren't for the racers on track putting on the show, there's nothing for us to talk about. So, racers, thank you so much. For those that came in here and shared the desk with me, like I said, I know Mike really, really, really wanted to be here. Eames was pretty bummed when he couldn't. But Steve Riggins jumped in, came to Vegas. Steve, I hope you're still listening, man. It was a blast. It was an absolute blast to work with you here this weekend, and I certainly hope that we sit side by side again very, very soon. Ronnie K, thank you for being here. But Steve, man, it was a really, really good time. You are a talent. You are an amazing person, and being able to work with you was awesome. I learned a lot from you this week, man, and I appreciate it. Hopefully we're together again soon. I mean, Big Jed, JJ, those guys are spectacular to work with. Everybody that I've worked with at the Flings and sat side by side with has been a lot of fun. But racers, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Steve, look forward to seeing you soon. It's going to be fun. This is all about what we're going to do here in just a moment, and that is run a final round with Donnie Hagar, Cooper Chun. They're going to be back. Racers, wherever your next stop is, whether you are headed home, whether you are sticking around here for the next 2 weeks. I mean, we've got the national event that's coming up. You can see them out there. I mean, they've already started scraping the track. We're going to be 4 wide with Top Fuel and funny cars, pro stock, alcohol cars, all that kind of stuff next week is going to be pretty cool. We have got the divisional following that. So we're going to be plenty busy over the next few weekends. And if you are sticking around with us to race, again, make sure that you coordinate with the crew as far as where you're going to need to park that. Calvin, I certainly hope you're planning to be back here in 2025. But wherever your next stop is, if you're sticking with us, if you're headed home, if you're on to your next racetrack, I hope you get there safely, and I hope everything is successful for you. So it's been great. It's been fun, and now it's all about the racing. So I know I saw Donnie pulling in back behind the tower, I think with the number of golf carts and scooters that we've got headed this way. I believe we also have already got Cooper back there. They are going to have their conversations. Warren's back there with the live camera, or unfortunately I don't think he swapped over to his feed. And if I know how to do that for him, I would. But I'm not that bright. Well, that part's done. Cooper and Donnie have shaken hands. And we are, I mean, at this point, this is kind of a sad thing. Like, we're probably like 10 minutes away from being done with racing. When we talk about good ideas, dumb ideas, whose dumb idea was that? Dude, it was awesome. I mean, other than Mother Nature doing her thing on Thursday and Friday, the flexibility and ability to just kind of get things done was, yeah, it worked. It worked. Yeah. Can we with us only being like 10 minutes away from racing, can we maybe do another buyback round or something? I mean, come on. I don't want to be done yet. I'm kidding. Yeah, of course I'm kidding. I'm just saying. Come on. I don't want to be done yet. I don't want to be done yet. But it's okay. She thinks. Yeah, right? See? Even Weston feels the same way. He's like, shoot. Like I said, though, the good news is they got another one coming up in Galat. They got another one coming up in Bristol and another one coming up in Bristol. So all we have to do, and by we, I mean those of us that have been here out on the West Coast, we need to arrange our schedule so that we can pack up and head east to go back and race with them since they came west to come out here and race with us. Right? That's what families do. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And I will say, if you have not had the opportunity to go race at Galat, a lot of people roll in here and go, man, this is a gorgeous facility. It is. This is a gorgeous facility. The place is expansive. I mean, you've got the full-on corporate backing of SMI. You look down the racetrack, you've got fully groomed landscaping on this side. You got all that kind of stuff. Galat and Bristol are also tracks that if you have not been there to race, they need to be on your bucket list. It's something you need to experience. They are top-notch racetracks that are worth the trip. Both of them. Both of them. You need to be there. Be there. Go visit them. Or as they would say, get to the chopper. Will do. RTC, appreciate that. As we bring our final pair into the water box, for the 1,300 of you that are watching right now, for the over 2,000 that were watching, 3,000 that were watching last night, it has been a pleasure. I wish each and every one of you the same thing we wished to those that were here on property, wherever your next stop may be. Be safe. We'll see you guys in the chat bleachers next time. Cooper Chun and Donnie Hagar. Cooper does the burnout out of the right lane, as we thought. Cooper had been running in the right lane all day. Donnie's been running in the left lane all day. Hagar is dialed in at 6.34 seconds. Cooper Chun dialed in at 5.05 seconds. Head start will go to the door car. No surprise there. Door truck. We'll call it the door truck. Give it the credit it's due. Cooper out of Washington, Donnie out of Michigan. A cross-country battle for the final title of the 2024 Fling is pre-staged. Donnie, you can see the truck bopping its way into the beams. Cooper rolls forward. Last race of the day. Green and green, advantage to the door truck, win light to Donnie Hagar. Cooper Chun was 22 green, takes 5 thou down at the stripe and goes 5:04 on a 5:04. Double O Donnie was 002 in the quarters, 006 in the semis, and 003 in the final round of the truck. He goes 6:35 on a 6:34 to prevent the door cars from getting shut out by the dragsters here this week. But Donnie Hagar, your FTIperformance.com $30,000 Saturday, well, what was originally Saturday was then Friday, is now Sunday. Let's just say he's the FTIperformance.com $30,000 winner. He will get the last check. He'll get the last jacket. He'll get the last trophy. You could almost say he'll get the last laugh. But it was awesome. Cooper Chun did a fantastic job all weekend long. comes up 5 thou short in the final. And what I mean by that is got there 5 thou too quick. It was the Donnie show. 17 total. Cooper gets locked out. So he is on his way back down here. We're going to grab the wireless mic, head down there. Once again, everybody that was here, thank you so much. Chat bleachers, have a great day. We'll get down there and we'll sign off from there, but we've got some checks to hand out. So we are down here on the final day of the Fling. Donnie Hagar, who was the last pro car standing, ends up the last man standing in the event. 00 Donnie. Let's see here. 002, 006, 003 to finish off the day. Tell me, man, how does it feel to be standing here in the winner's circle at the Fling?
Oh, it feels amazing. First Fling experience, and it's just so well run and professional. And I wish it was $1 million, but I'm not complaining. So just super grateful. Thank you, Chad Samlin, for giving me the opportunity. I couldn't ask for a better ride to fit me. And shout out to my parents. Love you guys. Love everyone, all my friends, fans, and family back home, and just super grateful.
Well, I'll tell you what, we are grateful that you came out here to race with us too, man. You got a little reputation that follows you as being one of the toughest out there, and today you proved it again. What point during the day did you start to feel, were you ever really feeling comfortable? Felt like, hey, then this is my day, here's where it goes? Where did that kind of turn around?
Yeah, it took a while, to be honest. I wasn't feeling it all week, and then I would say probably in the final or semis of pro, which would have been the 6th round, I believe, I started feeling good and in the zone. So I kind of had a feeling at that point. So
that's really cool. And this one was definitely a tough one. I mean, we started it like 2 days ago. Started it a couple of days ago, got there. We got down to the point where we got through some of the door cars. I don't remember right offhand. Had you already run? Did you get to run this morning, or did you have to come in at around number 4?
I had to come in around number 4. I finished round 3 on Friday right before we canceled.
Well, man,
like I told Peter, I'm a little upset he decided to switch the $1 million, because this was supposed to be. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding, but okay.
No, that makes perfect sense, man. That makes perfect sense. Man, what a day you had. What a week you had. And again, Chad Sandlin letting you come out here and bring the truck. We certainly hope, even though this was your first Fling, we certainly hope it's not your last, man. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your FTIperformance.com $30,000 winner, 00 Donnie Hagar.
Donnie, this isn't my job, but it's a very special moment. 2 years ago, I said that I've never seen anything like Nick Hastings, the way he drives off the bottom and beats up on top overs. Well, now I did. Unbelievable, dude. You've never driven this car. You're off the bottom bulb. Unbelievable.
Nick's one of my heroes for sure, and when I was a kid, always wanted to be like him. Still do today. So, I got a lot of gratitude and respect for him, because he's another big reason where I'm at today. So Thank you, Nick.
Well, I just wanted to, this is a special moment, man. I grew up in this sport, and I've seen a lot of things, but this is extremely special, so I just wanted to say that.
Gotta give a shout out to you. These Terminator buttons are, you know, the way to go, so thank you.
That's cool. My brother's going to love to hear that.
Take pictures down here with our final racer of the event. We'll pause for just a minute. There we go. As they take their pictures with our final winner of the event. For those of you that were watching online, thank you so much. We appreciate you being part of the event. For those of you that came here and raced with us, thank you so much. That's going to do it. The 2024 Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries has come to a close. We look forward to seeing you at the next one. Racers, good night. Be safe. Hey, racers, for those of you still on property, we had our fire and safety team return a neck collar that was found, I believe, on the return road. So if you are missing yours and you want to roll on up to the tower and grab it, we've had a neck collar that was returned to us from our fire and safety team.